Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. That is right, everybody. Now, today we're going to be talking about somebody that you may or may not know about, named AuressCosplay. Now, today I'm actually going to be conducting an interview with her, but before we get into that, I want to talk about who Auress is. Now, for those of you who are new here, especially those of you that are watching this as a past live stream / VOD or whatever, I always make sure to include timestamps in the description below, so if you want to skip around for whatever wacky reason, you are more than welcome to do so. This is also formatted oh my god, I can't even speak. Formatted like a podcast, so it is meant to be as entertaining as humanly possible, something you can listen to, something you can actively watch. Whatever you want to do is fair game. I have designed this specifically to be consumed in whatever way you want. Without further ado, let's get started. Let me just get, okay, there we go. We've got chat. So for those of you who don't know any of the AuressCosplay lore, which is, perfectly valid considering the fact that, well, I don't know, like, not everybody knows about some niche internet lore. I mean, I think that that's totally understandable. So essentially, I guess a list of the things that, she's either done or been accused of. We're not going to jump to any conclusions yet. We're gonna dive into this with an open mind, okay? So, she's been accused of racism and transphobia, having sexual interactions with minors, incestuous tendencies. What else? She may or may not have killed her dog by feeding it plastic and chocolate. So those are just some of the accusations that have been levied against this individual. Now, the number one person who has consistently been, her number one critic throughout the years is somebody named Neoncaffeine. And as of right now, Neoncaffeine has made 4 videos on this individual. It's an entire quadrilogy. Incredible, I know. And I guess we're just going to be looking at some of the parts that I think are important to address in the interview. I think it's important to know, what we're talking about while still going in with an open mind. I will be as blank of a slate as one could realistically be in a situation like this. And without further ado, let's get started. So, I guess the first thing we're going to be looking at is something to do with the way Auress likes to I don't know. I guess she just has a similar position or opinion as somebody like Flamenco when it comes to the way that minors ought to be portrayed. I guess we'll just say.
She apparently thinks it's okay to sexualize middle schoolers. Now, for my non-American subscribers, that is ages 11 through 14.
So let's read this epic Instagram post from AuressCosplay. It says, "I don't understand what's wrong about looting Shiro. She's old enough to start middle school, and she's looted in the anime." Oh, guys, don't worry. If the child is depicted in a lewd context in the anime, it makes it okay, guys. Don't worry. It could be worse. I could be looting Kana from Dragon Maid, who's younger. Oh, guys, don't worry. It's okay to it's okay for me to sexualize an 11-year-old, because hey, at least I'm not sexualizing an 8-year-old. Okay. Incredible argument from AuressCosplay herself. Absolutely incredible.
Now, for my non-American subscribers, that is ages 11 through 14. Now, she tries to justify this by saying, well, I could sexualize an 8-year-old instead. At least I'm not sexualizing an 8-year-old, which she actually does go and sexualize an 8-year-old about 4 days later, as you guys will see. She also publicly posted this.
Okay.
Look at this picture and her whole flabby ass is out. The character she's cosplaying is 15 years old, so that's great.
Yeah, so that's a certified flamenco TV moment. You know, it's you know, I guess the flamenco TV argument you could give is well, it's actually not, it's fiction, so it doesn't count. Guys, if it's just a cartoon, it's not real. Hee. I guess maybe that's the counter argument she's gonna make. Or, you know, I mean, who knows? Maybe this is all just faked. You know, AI can be very, very convincing. You know, who knows? This could be you know, some grand conspiracy to take down AuressCosplay. You never know. Oh, hold on. I just got sent a clip. Hold on. Let me play this real quick. What is this? I just got sent a video. Let me download this real quick. And show it to all
Fuck
of
you, piece of shit.
Whoa, that's quite loud. Yeah, anyways. Here we go.
Those, I just explained to you, Mom, I just explained to you that, don't put words in my mouth. Those minors I did not do it for money. They said they would give me money, and they wanted me to take naked pictures for them. So don't put words in my mouth, you piece of fucking shit. Fuck you.
Yeah, so basically, I guess the counter argument here is, the minors were asking for it, so it doesn't count as pedophilia. Don't worry, guys. Why is it making the silly noise on my computer? I don't know if you guys heard that or not. Yeah, but no, you know, maybe this is, actually just, AI text-to-speech. You know, there could just be a grand conspiracy, to end her career because of how, talented she is at cosplay. Yeah, what else is there?
It's a very cursed image. Now let's get into the relationship with her dad, which is, it's something.
I'm so
it's
excited.
Definitely a relationship. I don't think boobs are supposed to look like that.
Okay.
Like, I'm censoring it, but I'm just telling you.
I don't want to show any of the image.
So, a couple things about this picture specifically, so I can stop seeing it. The character is a minor. These were taken in public, on public property, in a forest preserve.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Kids go hang out. Her dad took this picture.
One more time. I'm gonna hyperventilate right now. What did you just say? Have sexual love for my dad.
Here she blatantly admits to wanting to fuck her dad. Like, you can't make this shit up.
You know, yeah, to be fair, you know, you know, maybe this is all just, you know, AI generated or, you know, taken out of context. You know, maybe she was like, quoting what somebody else said. You know, you never know with these types of things, right? You know, it's, you know, it could just be like a wacky coincidence. You know, you know, there's so many possible explanations that it could be. You know, you have no idea. You know, it's truly the mystery of all time.
Her saying it in a live stream. Okay, so something about this receipt you guys should know is Shady Hotels was my spam account at the time. Tori Vidersi, sorry if I messed up your username, then again, this is from 2018, you probably don't care, says, who took these pictures? And AuressCosplay says, me. And I said, you said it was your dad in your live stream, which she had previously gone live before posting these pictures and said her dad took her nudes. And she also tweeted that her dad took her nudes. I can't find that tweet. It's somewhere. Someone has it. I'm sure somebody has a clip from that live stream, but I don't know where it's at.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe this is all, maybe, you know, maybe she got hacked, you know? Yeah, I mean, you never know. It could just be a grand conspiracy, made by the CIA, you know? The CIA is onto her, you know? You never know with these types of things. Where's the kick stream? Yeah, I'm too lazy to multi-stream right now. I'm sorry. yeah. If my Wi-Fi were to take a fat shit, the stream would just abruptly end if I were to multi-stream, and then it would fuck up the VOD, which I don't want to do for like a big stream where I interview somebody, I guess. And yeah, let's continue. Apparently Auress has done a YouTuber apology. I'd like to see what that's all about.
She admits this. Also, a person who asked me not to name them, who was a minor at the time, was sent nudes from her via DM. Let's look at her response videos to all of this noise.
So if you got offended, if you got triggered, if you were sexually abused as a child, I am deeply sorry.
So she's got the typical YouTuber apology down of making it seem like it's all the viewers' fault for it.
I mean, to be fair, she could have pulled out the ukulele and that would have made the apology 10 times better. But I think it was a good start, you know. I mean, all things considered, you know, that was like not really a concept at the time. Like that still would have been a revolutionary concept. But I think today, you know, the standards are a little bit higher for YouTuber apologies. I think you need to like pull out some sort of instrument before you start the apology. But again, like this was before the Colleen ballsack situation, so yeah, we don't to be fair, you are all ears at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I'm you know, I'm just you know, going in with an open mind, you know, because that's the whole point of doing this interview, you know?
Being offended.
I let my popularity go to my head. And it has nothing, there's no excuse, whether it's being a goddamn idiot or autism or impulsiveness.
Yeah, all 1K followers went to your head? I have 20K on my biggest platform, and I don't do this shit. Also, love how she says there's no excuse, then 7 seconds later tries to blame her autism, like, I see you. The next controversies are...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's hard to say, you know, as somebody that has autism, I can't say that I've personally, I've never really been compelled to send nudes to minors. You know, maybe that's just me personally. Maybe she has like a different type of autism that specifically makes her more prone to sending inappropriate stuff to minors without you know, like unsolicited, I guess. But you know, you never know. It's hard to say.
Are briefer and more sporadic, kind of just spread throughout. So we'll go over them briefly and just kind of show some receipts before we get into the next big ones, okay? Oh look, I'm in these receipts.
Oh wow, that's crazy. But yeah, let's see. Is there any other stuff? Oh yeah, there's one other thing. Apparently, Auress feeds her dogs plastic and chocolate.
And it's just so nasty, the things she says to him. In the way that Kelly treats the animals in the house, it's just not healthy for the animals either. I don't think she's mentioned her dogs a lot, but she has 3. She used to have 4, but one of her dogs died of stomach cancer, and honestly, I think it's because of her, because she feeds the dogs chocolate, candy bar wrappers, paper, and metal. I've seen her
The 4 best things you could feed your dog. What could possibly go wrong? Probably nothing, I'll bet.
feed orange peels to the dogs as well, and she doesn't like discipline, especially when it comes to animals, so she lets dogs shit in the house. Pee in the house, tear up the carpet, chew up shoes, sleep on the couch, things you're not really supposed to have a dog do, but she does it anyway. No matter how many times her parents try to correct her, she flips out. So yes, she killed her dog. And that's not,
you know, maybe the dog's diet of what was it? Plastic, orange peels, chocolate, and candy wrappers and metal. You know, maybe that actually made the dog healthier, you know? Maybe if the dog wasn't fed those things, they actually would have died earlier. You know, there's no way to prove the contrary. You know, you know, that'd be physically impossible. You know, for all we know, in an alternate universe where, you know, the dog isn't on a special diet and just has dog food like every other dog, you know, maybe it would have died from something else, you know? You have no idea. Yeah, you know, maybe it's actually good for the dog. to feed it plastic and metal. I'd need to see some sort of peer-reviewed study to say that that's a bad thing. It's hard to say, very hard to say.
Not even just about discipline, because she is physically choosing to give the dog things that are commonly known as toxic. Metals, plastic, chocolate.
I don't know. I mean, I eat metals and plastic and chocolate all the time. And I haven't died of cancer yet. So, I mean, that's just personally what I like to eat. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't say that that's something I would feed a dog, but I mean, you never know. There's some, wacky diets out there. It's truly a massive mystery. Yeah, anyways, apparently, she doesn't want to cosplay with her mom, and she has a very, interesting reason for it. So let's listen to what that is.
So a lot of people ask me sometimes, why doesn't your mom ever cosplay with you if your dad cosplays with you? And I'm gonna sound very mean, but I'm also gonna compare it to, like, how in Hollywood weight matters. I'm not saying my mom's fat, I'm just saying if she was, like...
Well, then what is she? Is she too skinny then? Because there's only two directions that could go. I don't know. But I mean, obviously, Auress, based on her immaculate cosplaying abilities, it makes sense that she would have Hollywood level standards, notoriously very good standards that never lead to negative outcomes in terms of how people view their bodies and whatnot. I hear that there's only good things that come out of it. Let's continue.
Skinnier, and she's losing weight, by the way. And yesterday I gave my mom a goal. If you get to 180 pounds, maybe you can cosplay.
Oh boy, wow, how lucky her mom would be if she got the privilege, the permission from her own daughter to cosplay with her. Oh, what a lucky woman she would be. I hoping that she loses that weight so that she gets to cosplay with I mean, what an incredible offer. I mean, if I was that mom, I would just start running on the treadmill right there. That if that's not the perfect motivation, I don't know what is.
Queen Eleanor with me as Merida, and you'll look more healthy. So I'm not asking my mom to be super skinny, I just want her to look healthy.
First of all, if I told my mom she was too fat to cosplay with me, oh boy, I would be in a world of trouble.
You mean to tell me that, like, you could just say that I don't want to cosplay with you without disclosing that as the reason? Holy fuckamole! If only I had thought of that.
Second, Auress, honey, sweetie, baby, you look like this.
Maybe that's just, the camera angle, Maybe if there was, a different camera angle, maybe it'd look a little bit different, you never know. Maybe this is photoshopped, Photoshop can do lots of wacky things. Maybe it's photoshopped to make her look fat, and she actually looks skinnier, it's hard to say. People will, create all sorts of, narratives and whatnot, and, it's hard to say. Or what if this is an imposter? The image is very pixelated. It's kind of hard to see what she looks like, this is very easy to Photoshop. We don't know if the fat allegations are true or not. We obviously the Dream allegations turned out to be false. And one of the allegations was that Dream was fat. So clearly this is something that that can be faked, and yeah.
As I've been watching Titans with my mom and showing my dad the original Teen Titans, I'm kind of in the mood for this throwback Thursday to when I cosplayed Starfire from Teen Titans at Otakon 2015. And the first cosplay that I had to tan myself for, I thought orange face paint would look too silly because I saw how it looked on other Starfires, so I used an orange tan body paint, but wanted the skin tone to be a bit more realistic than a basic orange. It's not racist to tan yourself for a character who is an alien with tan orange skin. People have accused—
You know, I mean, if you're doing blackface, right? But like it's you're doing it differently. Like you're just cosplaying an alien. Then that, you know, that actually, you know, maybe that's not as bad, you know, as other instances of that. You know, who knows?
Excuse me, of blackface cosplaying Starfire, and it's not because she's an alien with an orange tan. That's like saying Zoe Saldana as Gamora in Guardians of the Galaxy's white-facing because she's painted green for the movie because Gamora is also an alien. After 6 years, she finally admits that she used tan and not face paint to get that. A few things that I want to say. First of all, she brings up this picture because this was one of her first controversies, like bigger controversies that cosplay.
You know, I mean, if you think about it, you know, I understand both sides of the argument. So if we look at this image,
after 6 years, she finally admits that she used tan and not face paint to get that. A few things that I want to say. First of all, she brings up—
yeah. So this is the image. You know, I think that like on one hand, you could argue that like this is very disrespectful to Donald Trump, you know, doing orange face. You know, that is racist to Donald Trump. That's like his thing. The other argument you could make is that you know, maybe she's just a big fan of the orange man. And you know, maybe that's why she has decided to pursue that aesthetic by doing by doing a fake tan.
This
you know,
picture because this was one of her first controversies, like bigger controversies that cosplayers noticed in 2015. So she will bring this picture up once or twice a year and defend it, even though this happened 6 years ago. Which kind of reminds me of Shane Dawson always bringing up weird shit from his past. Another thing is, Starfire is orange, and all other Starfire cosplayers just paint themselves orange. You don't look more realistic with tan.
I mean, if you think about it, you know, in her defense, Trump doesn't use face paint. You know, he just does like a fake spray tan, and he's very orange. So, you know, I'm guessing that's sort of where she got her, I guess, inspiration from. You know, maybe she thought, well, if Donald Trump can do it with spray tan, fucking so can I. You know, you never know. It's hard to say.
And black facing, if Starfire is orange. So I don't really understand your justification. I'm just gonna assume you're stupid. Well, I already knew that. What is actually wrong with them? Is that even true? Yes and no. They tricked me into sending them pictures and used it against me, the minor. First of all, I personally know the minor who was sent nudes. And I have seen 100% of those DMs because I know this person in real life. Auress was not manipulated in any way whatsoever by the minor. Oh dang, that's terrible. How did they trick you into doing it? They promised me money and didn't tell me their age. Money was not offered. The minor is poor as fuck. The minor also had their age in their bio, and it's your responsibility to ask somebody's age. And
you know, I mean, to be fair, you know, what if she's actually dyslexic? You know, what if she saw the number 16, and you know, maybe she thought it said 61. You know, you never know. Femyoz, cut that out. Cut what out? I don't know what you mean. I'm taking this stuff very, very seriously. I don't know what you mean. Apparently, she's also ableist.
Rachel was too autistic to be friends with. I want to show her movies like The Room, Disaster Artist, Chicago, Harry Met Sally, and Room, all my favorite movies, and she would always say no adult movies because she's too mature for real movies instead of baby movies, and shows I see her watch LMAO because she's a baby. Also, this R bitch never got blood work, I guess, because when I was talking about it to her last time we hung out, she was covering her ears and going, no, stop talking, like what, how old does she think she is? She gets upset when I trash bad movies she likes, The Last Airbender because her special ed teacher was in it. Well, someone tell this R that anyone who was in that movie regretted being in it, and I've seen them come out about it online, and Rachel liking a bad movie because someone is important to her was in it. Well, that's like me saying Aladdin 2019 is a great movie because my dad was an extra Lamau. You're quite bold to call somebody else a baby when you cry when you hear the C word. You guys want to know what Auress thinks the C word is? It's consequence.
Uh-oh. No, Mango, why did you say the C word? That's not very nice.
If that doesn't show you how spoiled and entitled she is, I don't know what will. Consequence. Man.
This video is atrocious. Why is the video? Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's a decent video. Here's another one.
Rachel also does encourage, which would be fine, but instead of going what the hell or fuck, she goes what the hey in a dramatic over-the-top voice. She says for Pete's sake instead of saying for fuck's sake or Christ's sake, or even for God's sake. If you want people to mildly swear again, that would be fine. But Rachel is not most people. When we were in school, she started talking to herself like she was actually severely R, and that's when I still wanted to be friends with her, but at the same time, I was thinking, what did I get myself into? As a 12-year-old, I would never want a severe autistic friend like her, and after 3 years, we finally recently split after telling her how I really felt about her and that I don't like people with severe autism. They are not normal, inferior, and mentally children.
Incredible. That just straight up saying that people with severe autism are inferior. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, maybe in this interview she's gonna beat the ableism accusations. You know, you never know. It's hard to say. Now, in all fairness, you know, Auress has had some huge accomplishments in life. Let's hear what they are.
Say what you want about me living with my parents, but at least I'm mature enough to cook meals on my own, clean up after myself on my own, and shower and bathe on my own.
I mean, that's some impressive stuff. Like, she doesn't even need her parents to shower her anymore as a grown adult. Holy shit. That's incredible. She knows how to clean up after herself on her own. I mean, hey, round of applause. That's some impressive shit. Incredible.
Take dress, take my medicine, put my hair up, etc. Someone who lives like they're 5 can't do those things because they're so R, they have to rely on their parents to take care of them. I may live with my parents, but I don't rely on them 24/7 to take care of myself. They're gone most of the day. Even when my dad's home from work, he spends most of the day doing housework. Wow. Good job. I did all of those things by the age of 7.
Whoa, no need to flex there, bro. What the hell, man? That's some impressive shit. You know, me personally, you know, I just, you know, I just don't do, you know, I can't function as an adult human being. I just have everybody else do everything for me, cause it's their responsibility. You know, hopefully one day I can become like AuressCosplay and do things like showering on my own. Oh my god. What a monumentally difficult task that would be, though. Holy shit. Incredible. She washes herself with a rag on a stick. You know, I mean, hey, it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. Maybe she does the same technique as Big Ed. Does anybody remember Big Ed from 90 Day Fiancé? The guy that put mayonnaise in his hair? Maybe that's the technique she goes for. You know, I wouldn't.
Hello, Auress, and welcome back to the cosplay. You guys have.
Yeah, and then so it seems like Auress is also a major trans ally. It looks like.
Guys, doesn't it? You and your friend's gender identity because your ex-boyfriend, who happened to be trans as well, was a jerk to me, and just being treated bad by every trans person online made me think it's the trans community is full of jerks. But that doesn't matter anymore. I'm starting to finally have respect for this one person. And also, you don't like me, so maybe that's why I formed a negative opinion on you and your friends, the Hazbin hotel cosplayers. Sorry, I know that nothing I say will make you like me, and I should give up, but I will confess that is all. Have a nice day. At least think about how I could possibly change my outlook on the trans community by being friends with someone who's trans, and I said his pronouns right.
Wow, you mean to tell me that you're friends with a singular trans person? Holy shit. Look, I guess she is completely annihilated and escaped the transphobia accusations. I mean, hell, I mean, this is tantamount to somebody saying, "Oh, I'm not racist. I have a black friend," which is obviously an irrefutable argument. Because that is the only requirement there is for not being racist. Hold on. There's more. Hold on.
Have called him a pedo? I appreciate it if you don't use your friend's account to stalk my TikTok. The fact that they don't follow me yet apparently found my stuff is beyond.
Okay, so here's what AuressCosplay says. You don't like me, and I don't like you. You're a boy? Then why do you still cosplay girls, sound like a girl, and have a pretty face like one, and sound like one too? You are much prettier as your true gender. Take that gross lip ring out of your mouth, too. It's gross. Incredible. What? Truly the best trans ally of all time. My goodness gracious. Wow. That her allyship is incredible. Guys, don't worry about that. She has a trans friend. Don't worry.
You cosplay children, that worked out just great for you, didn't it? Why don't you tell me about...
You're very pretty, the way, here's what she said to, a trans man. You look like a girl, and you sound like one. You don't deserve your right pronouns if you're such a bitch. If you're a man, then why do you like and sound like the opposite? That's not me misreading it. That's just the way she wrote it. So sorry for struggling there. It's due to her interesting word choice and use of grammar in terms of the English language. And oh boy. Yeah, apparently what a true trans ally does is they will make the correct usage of somebody's pronouns entirely contingent upon whether or not they like you. Personally, this is why I refer to Adolf Hitler as she, her, because that's not her preferred pronouns. And everybody knows that somebody's gender identity is contingent upon whether or not I like them. And, you lose pronoun privileges if I dislike you. So yeah, we could get into the fourth video, but I think that because it's an hour and 25 minutes long and I want to start the interview, I think I'm just going to start the interview. So I'm just going to ask if she's ready for the interview. Because, I think that, it's always good to get an alternative perspective on the matter. We don't want just one perspective. We want multiple. And it looks like she's ready for the interview, so I'm going to call her on Discord. Hello. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm trying to turn. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Hello.
Oh, you're on camera. Hello. One moment. Let me, yeah, so here we go. Now I've got it set up.
Okay.
So would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, actually, I was just watching some of your video.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually, when I say I changed quite a bit, I'm not trying to please you or anything like that. I'm just saying, I agree. I was being a baby when I said all that stuff about my former friend Rachel. I didn't watch all of the video, but I was listening to some of it. And, yeah. So, hello. You might know me as Auress. Yeah.
So, you recently had what I like to call the conservative cosplayer arc, where you basically became a conservative. So what is your current standing politically?
Wow. I was being such a retard about identifying as a conservative. It's so embarrassing. I've kind of just, ever since Neoncaffeine made that video about me 2 weeks ago, I'm like, maybe I was putting myself out there too much, so I decided to just not put myself out there as much.
So,
But
do you
anyway,
think
yeah, so
do you think that the
I'm gonna
problem was
answer
that
the
you were
question now. I am pro-life. I
okay?
I believe that trans men are women and trans women are men. And that's not transphobic to say, in my opinion. It's just biology.
Okay.
And I
So,
believe
hold
that,
on. Do you believe that Blair White is a man?
well, yes, she is a man, but she passes so well as a woman that it would be so stupid to call her he, because she
Okay.
passes so well.
Okay, do you know the difference between sex and gender? Or do you think that they're the same thing?
I know this talking point. I'm going to have to disagree. Gender and sex are the same,
Okay.
and
And how
I'm
many
not
genders are there?
only two.
Only two. Okay. So if sex and gender are
Yes.
the same thing,
Well,
and there are only
yes, they
two
are, and
genders.
you
That wait,
listen, you're free to
What?
disagree
Wait, hold
with
on.
me.
I'm asking you a question. This isn't me disagreeing with you. I'm just asking you a question, in the free marketplace of ideas. So, if there are only two genders and sex and gender are the same thing, then what gender are intersex people?
I actually have a friend who's intersex, and she says that intersex doesn't count as a third sex.
Then what
And
is it?
of
Which
course
one is
I
it?
agree with her. Intersex, in her own words, is a sex disorder. It's
Okay.
not a gender identity. It's just
I didn't say it was a
where,
gender identity. I agree that it's not a gender identity because I think that sex and gender are not the same thing. So I'm going to ask you, if they are the same thing, then what gender are intersex people?
whatever they are biologically.
Well, they're
I mean,
biologically intersex. So does that mean that they would be intersex gender?
no, they're
Why
not.
not?
They're not intersex gender. They're not biologically
But that's their
intersex.
biologic. Wait, they're
just
not
like,
biologically
they're just like the same
intersex?
with any. They're just like the same like any other person, except they have, just from what I've heard, the anatomy of both genders.
Well, they would
You
have
could
sex
have
characteristics of
a
both
boy.
sexes,
You
right?
could have a boy who's more feminine, but is still biologically a boy. Like,
Yeah,
for
but
example,
that's not what a sex. What do you think
okay, but
sex
for
means?
example, you can have a 25-year-old man who is intersex. He looks and sounds more like a girl, but if he's still a boy, especially if he still has a penis,
Hold on, what defining characteristic makes him a man?
well, it's not just the genitals that make him a man. It's chromosomes, bone structure,
Okay, so
anything
it's
that's
a
biologically
variety.
related.
Yeah. So it's like a collection of sex characteristics, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if somebody has like an equal distribution of male sex characteristics and female sex characteristics, what gender would they be according to your worldview?
Well, if they, well, I don't know much about intersex other than it's a sex disorder, but I would say that if the intersex person was born a boy, they would be a boy.
No. They're born with an equal distribution of sex characteristics.
But
How do you
gender and
categorize
sex
that?
are not the same. I know what you're doing. You're baiting me.
Oh well, no. I'm going based on your worldview, right? So
Okay,
I'm presupposing that they are, and I'm doing an internal critique, right? That's the
okay,
point.
yes.
Right? So I'm trying to get a gauge for how you categorize these things, right? So if somebody is born with a dick and a vagina, they have an equal distribution of male and female sex characteristics. What do you categorize them as? Or do you just not categorize them?
I don't know. I don't know how to articulate. But putting intersex people aside, if you are born a girl,
Hold on. We can't just put them aside, right? Like they exist.
Yes, they exist. I'm not.
Okay. So, can you explain how then it doesn't contradict your worldview? Because if there's only two possible outcomes, right? If there's
Okay,
only
but
two genders or two
makes,
sexes.
It's what makes intersex. Intersex is not a gender identity. It's a sex
Oh, I
disorder.
agree with that. Yeah. Well, it's a sex. It's a biological sex, right?
Yes.
Okay, so hold on. If it's a biological sex and you believe that biological sex and gender are the same thing, then according to your worldview, it would be gender, right?
A what gender?
Yeah. So if you believe that intersex is a biological sex, and if you also believe that biological sex and gender are the same thing, then it would logically follow that intersex is also a gender. Are you aware of that?
I see your talking point. I've actually heard this talking point before. I'm respectfully asking if we agree to disagree.
Sure. If you want to move off of this,
Yes,
that's fine.
I would appreciate that.
Sure. What are your thoughts on so you've allegedly fed your dog plastic, metal, and chocolate?
That's a rumor.
That's a rumor.
I was friends with this girl in high school before I graduated. Her name was Gianna, and we had this really bad falling out because I got angry at her mom. It was just really retarded. It was a stupid reason. I was just mad at her mom because she took her phone, and I should have. And I kind of regret the way I reacted. I was like so obsessed with that kind of stuff, which I'm not anymore, by the way.
So you deny that allegation, okay? And
yeah.
When was the last time you had sexual interactions with a minor?
Oh, I never have ever.
Really? Because like, and I can pull up the clip if you'd like. You actually admitted to it. If you want, I can play the clip and screen share it.
I actually knew that you were going to bring that up.
Yeah. Well, hold on. I just want to play it just so that everybody, you know, is clear as to which clip I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Hold on. I'm gonna screen share it. We'll watch it together. And yeah. So here we go. And yeah. So let's watch this epic video clip together, all right?
Fuck you, piece of shit. Those, I just explained to you, Mom, I just explained to you that, don't put words in my mouth. Those minors I did not do it for money. They said they would give me money, and they wanted me to take naked pictures for them. So don't put words in my mouth, you piece of fucking shit. Fuck you. Wow.
So would you not classify, you know, sending sexually explicit photos to minors as like a sexual interaction? Would you not categorize it that way?
Well, okay, well, maybe I should have. Neoncaffeine pointed this out, and she was right about this. I'm used to calling her she, by the way, because I remember her being a girl. But anyway, I remember Neoncaffeine was pointing this out. Yes, I know. So I lost my train of thought. So Neoncaffeine was right when she pointed out I could have. Okay, please. I'm respectfully asking you.
No, you're disrespecting him by using the wrong pronouns.
No, I'm not disrespecting anyone.
You're
I
not?
just remember. No, please do not tell me how to speak. That is one of the things.
Please don't misgender trans people.
Okay,
like, that's like a.
I'm not doing it to be hateful. I just remember her before she transitioned. Okay, please do not tell me how to speak. Please. I'm respectfully asking you. So anyway.
Okay, well, I'm respectfully asking you to use the correct pronouns. I think it's very disrespectful for you to misgender a trans person.
Disrespectful.
Okay, but that's how it comes across, right? Like.
Okay, but I'm not. Okay, so this is another talking point I've heard of. I've also heard of the talking point of respect pronouns, use someone's preferred pronouns, and I'm gonna say something that might offend you, but you know, I'm okay with that. just because you change your voice and maybe you cut off your breasts, biologically speaking, you're still a woman. You can't change your sex. You can only change your secondary sex characteristics.
Okay, when a trans man refers to himself as a man, what do you think he actually means by that? Do you think that he means that he's a biological male, or do you think that means that he's of he's talking about like gender, like a social categorization, the way he'd like to be treated in society?
Is not a social construct.
Okay, well, I'm asking you what does a trans man mean when he refers to himself as a man? What do you think he means? Not what do you mean, or what do you define it as? What does he mean?
Well, I think when people say trans men are men, that's basically telling a lie, because I believe that Democrats...
I didn't ask what you believed. I asked, what does a trans man mean when he refers to himself as a man? Not what do you believe, not what do Democrats believe. What does the trans man believe when he says that?
He thinks he's really a man, which I find delusional.
And what does he think a man is?
A biological man.
No, that's not going to be his definition. Do you seriously believe that when a trans man refers to himself as a man, he's saying that he's a biological male?
Well, that's what he's making it sound like.
No, that's wrong. That's not what he's saying. So I'll ask you again. When a trans man refers to himself as a man, what do you think he means?
I'm giving you my honest answer.
Okay, well, your honest answer is wrong. So when a trans man refers to himself as a man, this is a learning opportunity for you. So just,
learning opportunity, as in I need to educate myself.
No. It's not about you educating yourself. I'm just giving you another perspective to think about, right? So when a trans man refers, hold on, when a trans man refers to himself as a man, he's not saying that he's a biological male. All he is really saying is that he views himself as fitting a social archetype that is associated with masculinity and males, right? It is the social archetype in society derivative of males, but it's not the same as biological sex. He's not saying, oh yeah, I have XY chromosomes in a dick. That's not what he's saying. All he is really saying is this is how I identify, this is how I'd like to be treated in society, and this is how I'd like to be categorized. That's all he's saying, right?
Well,
do you understand that?
I can see that now, but I have to disagree with you when you say that gender and sex are different. I do not believe that.
Well, I've already explained to you why
I
there
know
only being two genders and sex and gender being the same are mutually exclusive, and you just wanted to move off of that point.
I don't.
So we can go back there if you want.
We're going to have to disagree to disagree. We're not going to agree with each other.
Hold on. If you're going to be misgendering somebody who has done nothing wrong on my platform...
I'm not misgendering her.
Yes, you are?
No, I'm not. I just remember her that way.
Okay, well, I don't care how you remember him. It's still disrespectful,
listen,
right?
Well,
look, here's the issue is it gets all confusing, and I think you're talking about somebody else because I don't think of him as a she, her. So in my brain, it confuses the shit out of me.
Older videos because I used to watch her videos before she transitioned. And listen, before you cut me off again, it's great that she transitioned. It's great that she is taking the hormones. If she really does have gender dysphoria, great. That's really good for her. But I'm not saying she to be hateful. I'm saying it because that's how I remember her. So let me tell you.
Do you think you're a trans ally?
Oh, well, I'm an ally of conservative trans influencers because they speak the truth.
Do you think you're a trans ally in general? Yes or no? Just like
well, I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm a trans ally of the woke trans activists. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Well, at least you're honest there. I guess. Do you what are your thoughts on commentary YouTuber Flamenco TV? Do you know who that is?
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, he's he's like he's actually the greatest commentary YouTuber of all time. You know, he got canceled by Nicholas Diorio, who was a jealous hater, but that's besides the point. Yeah, back to the other question. When was the last time you had sexual interactions with a minor? Because we both know that you did, right? Like if you're sending sexually explicit photos.
Yes, I was about to answer that before you no offense, shoved down my throat, respect pronouns, you must use he, him. But anyway, okay, so Neoncaffeine was right when she pointed out that I should have looked at these people's bios and their ages in their Instagram bios, that they were minors. So I didn't even bother to look. I just blindly believed them when they said to me, hey, if you get naked for me, I will pay you money. And that is the truth. You can take it or leave it. But I was, so you know that I was a retard. I mean, I was the Chris Chan of cosplay for years, which I'm actually very embarrassed about. But I hope you can observe now that my mannerisms are different.
You're completely different now, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, it just seems like from the clip, like you don't really deny the fact that yeah, like, you did this stuff that was inappropriate with minors. You don't specify the fact that you, like at no point in the voice recordings did you specify that you didn't know that they were minors. Your argument back then, and we can watch the clip again. I'm sure you don't want to.
Oh, no.
But you clearly, your argument is that it was okay, because of what,
I was
based on
retarded
whether
at
or not you were getting paid, right? So that was the argument you were making. It seems like you've sort of retroactively decided to create like a different argument. You know, I'm not here to label you as anything. You know, I'm just presenting the facts and you know, explaining why someone might come to the conclusion that maybe you're doing some inappropriate stuff with minors. Like, you know, that combined with like you know, you have like a really bad track record when it comes to sexualizing characters that are minors, which I don't think is yeah. So like
I forgot all about that.
yeah, so it's like it's not just the fact that you were basically sexting minors, right? As like a one-time occurrence. Like you have been sexualizing minors, including you know, minor characters, as well as real life minors for like in many instances. And you would think that like after one controversy that like you would stop, but it didn't. It seems to me at least like you just kept going. And you know, I'm not sure how I feel about that, you know?
Well, I'm about to answer that. I was so immature at the time. I mean, obviously. And not only that, I believed back in 2018 that the only way to stay relevant online was to be in controversies and gain negative attention. And then as I got more mature, got more wiser, and masked my autism better,
Hold on. I don't think that autism makes you sexually harass minors.
No,
right?
no, I wasn't saying that.
Right, and I don't think that you would be sexting minors to create controversy for attention.
No,
right?
no, I wasn't trying to use my autism
Oh,
as an
okay.
excuse.
All right. I'm just making
Yeah.
sure, you know.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just pointing out that I was very immature at the time, and I also believed that in order to stay relevant online, I would have to keep getting backlash and making controversies, which I'm really doing my best to give up.
So did you send, hold on, are you saying that you sent nudes to minors in order to start controversy?
Well, no, I mean when I was sexualizing fictional characters who were underage. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so you think it's okay to sexualize underage characters for controversy?
Well,
that
that's
seems
what I
like
thought
that
at
seems
the
like
time.
a very that seems like a very strange, like usually people don't do that to stir controversy.
Okay, but I was very immature at the time, and I don't believe in that anymore.
How old were you at the time? You were like
I think
22?
yeah, I was 22. I'm
Okay.
27 now.
Okay. Do you see why a lot of people might find it a little bit hard to believe that like I don't know, that you're doing all this stuff where you sexualize minors as to be like a just a controversy thing when you also at the same time have sexted minors. You use the excuse of, oh well, I didn't know because that they even though it was in their bio, like usually that's something that I check, you know, ever since I was 18. You know, one of the first things I would always start checking is you know, the age of the person, because I think it's really important.
It didn't occur to me at the time. And
It
also I
didn't.
was yeah, and another thing I did at the time is that I wore my heart out on my sleeve, and I trusted people very blindly. And now people have taken advantage of me so much, I'm like, oh, I shouldn't trust people. I shouldn't trust this person. Shouldn't trust that person. So of course, I've developed some trust issues just as a way to keep my guard up.
Do you think that you're the victim in this situation?
Oh, well, not 100%, but
Okay.
I'm human. I have my emotional moments,
Mm-hmm.
which I stay. I'm sorry, I have trouble speaking sometimes.
Oh, it's okay.
I'm human. I have my emotional moments, but at least I'm not showing them online. And by the way, I've been going to therapy for 3 weeks now, so I'm keeping all of those emotional problems in therapy.
Okay. What are your thoughts on lolicon?
Oh, I don't believe I've heard of that.
It's basically like it's basically pornography depicting underage
Oh, I remember
characters.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay, you're not gonna like the answer, but I'm just speaking from the context of Japanese culture. So you know that in Japan they view 13-year-olds as adults. And I know as Americans we're like, okay, that's really fucked up that they think 13-year-olds are it's okay for them to have sex. But I think we think that way because I mean, we view minors in a different way compared to how Japanese people view
Okay.
minors.
Which view do
And
you think is correct? Which view do you think is correct? Because they are mutually exclusive, right?
okay. Yeah, well, I don't really want to question the Japanese culture at all
Why?
because well, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm losing my train of thought again.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, if you want to go back to this later in the discussion, that's okay.
No,
Um,
no. I'm going to answer. I
yeah, so
think
like I think that like for instance, if like there's a culture or like a group of people or like a country where they say that it's okay to fuck minors, I'm of the belief that that group of people is wrong, and that it doesn't matter if a collection of people say something. See, I'm a moral universalist. Like I think that morality applies universally. I don't think it's contingent upon what a plurality of people say, right?
and I respect you for where you're coming from. I really do get it. But how about we take for example Afghanistan, very sexist,
Mm-hmm.
that very patriarchal.
Yep.
But if we were to
Afghanistan
go to
is a bad country. I agree.
yes, yes, and let's say we just decided to go to Afghanistan for whatever reason, and we
Uh-huh.
noticed all of this stuff, and we were to go up to some man and say, "Hey, that's fucked up to treat women like that." They would feel very insulted because they don't know much about our culture. We're kind of like, and I kind of hate this word progressive, but I feel like it's a good word to use in this
Sure.
context. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that
So
the person but I think that the person that
I mean, I agree.
Is criticizing them would be in the right there because they'd be making a valid criticism, and the person that abuses their wife would be wrong, right? Like, it doesn't matter if the person who abuses their wife and views them as property is wrong. So, right? So this is why it's not like a good argument of, well, you see, you know, other culture says that this is okay, therefore it is, because other cultures can be wrong about stuff. There's stuff that I'm sure you would point to our own culture and say, this is wrong. Or point to another culture and say that's wrong. Like, again, in Afghanistan, right? Like, the sexist attitudes that are prevalent there are wrong, right? Similarly, I would argue that 13-year-olds being sexualized in other cultures, and I think Japan has gotten a bit better about not doing that. I think they increased the age of consent to 16, I want to say. In recent years, but even if they didn't, right, like, they would still be wrong about that, right?
Well, yes, sir. I feel like there's like a gray area. Like, yes, it's wrong, but also they don't see anything wrong with it, and it's part of their culture.
Okay, so what if it's part of my culture to torture innocent people and chop their limbs off? What if that's part of my culture? Would that be an acceptable thing? Because I don't see why it's wrong.
I honestly used to make this argument when I was younger. Right. I can actually see your point now that you're telling me.
Yeah. So do you think that it's okay for a 13-year-old girl in Japan to marry a 34-year-old man? Do you think that that's okay?
No,
okay, that's good news. That's good news. Okay. What about like a I don't know, like a 20? How do you feel about like a 20-year-old and a 14-year-old?
Pretty bad.
Pretty bad, because I do remember there's like a video clip of you saying that when you were 20, you had like this huge crush on someone that was 14. Right?
Oh, yes, I know what you're talking about. His name is Sam. He's more of my brother's friend. And remember when I said I was really immature at the time? Well, I was trying to do this analogy where, okay, so when I can't remember how young I was, but I was maybe in my late teens, and my mom showed me this movie called The Legend of the Fall. And there's this Native American girl who starts out as a young girl, and I think Brad Pitt's character ends up marrying her as she gets older and by the time she's an adult. So I was using that as an analogy because I'm like not thinking about how their takeaway would be if I said that. And I was just thinking to myself, well, what if by the time Sam, that's his name, would get older and become an adult? What if we were to get married? Which is not the case, by the way, because it turns out he's gay. He's not sexually attracted to me. And it doesn't matter now because I actually have a boyfriend who lives in Florida.
Okay, but you can see why someone would take
100%.
issue with you. Yeah. Like, it's not just one thing that people take issue with, right?
Yeah, I completely
admitting
understand.
to having this huge crush on a 14-year-old when you were 20. It's you sexting minors, but then using the excuse of, well, I didn't look at the age that was written in like the first line of their bio. It's like usually I look at somebody's bio by the time I have any sexual interest in them. So like if they're a minor, right, I immediately lose sexual interest, right? Because I think that minors are sexually very unappealing, right? But that's just my personal opinion.
I wasn't sending nudes to them because I was sexually attracted to them. It was the money they promised me I was more focused on.
So you sent nudes asexually to minors because they apparently offered you money?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
It was the money I was interested in the most.
Okay. What are your thoughts on Chris Chan fucking their mom?
Oh God. weird. I
Weird.
honestly,
Okay.
yeah.
Because one of the claims that's been made against you has to do with incestuous tendencies.
Oh, yes, I know what you're talking about.
Mhm.
I said that I had sexual feelings for my dad. At first, I was kind of joking when I believe it was I want some more who was interviewing me in the Instagram live stream. And then I got all giddy because I saw her reaction. And then I repeated it and I said, I have sexual love for my dad with a big smile on my face. And well, I didn't actually mean it, and I know I'm keeping it vague when I say that, and I know you don't want me to be vague, but I was
Yeah.
just saying that to get a reaction out of I want some more, whatever her name actually is.
So you just wanted to get a reaction that, like,
Yeah.
I find it very strange that, like, oh yeah, I cosplayed as lewd versions of 11-year-old characters and 8-year-old characters for a reaction. Oh yeah, no, I was just saying that I had sexual feelings for my own father for a reaction. Like, I feel like once there starts to be like a pattern, right? Like, you could see why like any reasonable person would start to, I don't know, put into question your character, right?
I can see that, but I think, in my opinion, it was just all coincidence.
Oh, it was just like a coincidence.
Well,
Just
yeah.
it's just all one big coincidence, and none of these things have anything to do with each other, and it
No,
just magically panned out that way.
yes, that's exactly what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Okay. And is it true that you had your father take nude images of you?
Again, I just said that for a reaction. What actually happened is that at the time, I asked my dad, can you take pictures of me while I'm like this? And, okay, so I couldn't get him to do it at all.
Okay, so you could, so he technically didn't do it, but you wanted him to do it and you asked him to do it, but he technically didn't do it. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
So if he was willing to do it, it would have happened then, right? He was the only party that didn't consent, but you wanted it to happen.
Yes, exactly.
So let me get this straight. You wanted your own father to take nude photos of you, and you also said that you had sexual feelings for your father, but you were actually joking about having sexual feelings for your father to own the trolls or something, but also you actually did want him to take nude photos of you. Am I getting that correct?
Okay, well, it wasn't about it wasn't an incestuous reason. I just wanted some help with the camera. And I didn't bother to buy a ring light, which is what I'm using now to hold my camera up. I could have used a ring light to take the photos, but it didn't occur to me until I turned 25 and I got a ring light for my birthday, and I've been using ring lights ever since.
So hold on. It didn't occur to you to use a ring light, but it occurred to you to have your dad take your nudes. Am I getting that right?
Yes.
Oh boy. Yeah, look, I'm somebody that likes to give everybody the benefit of the doubt, but like, look, this is gonna be like, this is really hard to defend, if I'm gonna be completely honest. This looks
Okay, but
really
you have
bad.
to remember, I was 22. I was very immature at the time, and I'm really trying not to use that as an excuse. I'm just.
It feels like you are.
No, I'm really not.
You're not? It's just
No.
like it's just like something incidental. Like, you're not using it as an excuse. You just keep mentioning it incidentally just because. Is that correct?
Well, I'm still trying to get off the habit of repeating myself.
Sure.
The masking has taken me years to get good at.
Okay. You know, for me personally, like, I don't really have, like, I don't know if you know this about me, but, I also have the big autism, and, I don't know, I've just never found myself in these sorts of situations. You know, it's like, sometimes I might be a little bit socially inept. I might not understand the ramifications of what I'm saying. For instance, like I might say something and then it like comes across a way that I didn't mean. So I understand that aspect to it, but like I don't know, I've never said anything that would incriminate me. Like I've never really had that issue. So it's like it's kind of just yeah, I don't know. So another thing I want to address is you've been accused of fat phobia. So what are your thoughts on people that are overweight in the cosplay community?
Well, so as you can see, I am much thinner than I was in the thumbnail you chose of me for this video.
I grabbed an image that like the first image I could find of you
Okay.
without like a cosplay. This wasn't like to make you look bad or whatever. It was
No,
just
I
it was
understand.
yeah, it was just a screenshot from Mango's most recent video.
Yeah, so the first thing I noticed about me is that was from about a year ago. I was
Okay.
maybe 20 pounds heavier. And now as we're filming this or recording this, whatever you want to call it, my weight has went from 220 pounds to 189 in
Okay.
16 months.
Okay, but
And
what about but there's a clip of you saying specifically that the reason you don't cosplay with your mom was because she was basically too overweight, and you set a threshold for 180 pounds. You said once she goes down to 180 pounds or less, then maybe I'll consider it. But it seems like you apply like why do you apply a different standard for yourself in terms of whether or not you should be able to cosplay?
that's actually a really good question. And honestly, sometimes, I mean, before I even got under 190, I'm like thinking to myself, why am I still cosplaying if I'm still a fat ass?
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, so like I just think the issue is like I don't think there's anything wrong with being overweight and cosplaying. Like I think that's like a perfectly reasonable thing to want to do. Like I don't think you should be excluded from that, right? I just think that there's like a little bit of a double standard that you had where it's
I
like
agree with
you
that.
expect it. Yeah. Okay, so you concede on that, right? Like because it is
Yeah.
unfair to like expect your mom to lose weight, but then at the same time you're cosplaying while being heavier than her, right? So like I think that okay, if you're willing to concede on the on that, do you also just concede like the general position that you had against people that are overweight or obese cosplaying? Because I feel like that was kind of a shitty position for you to hold. Are you willing to concede
Well,
that?
okay, so maybe I'm still not a little Barbie doll, but at least I'm getting there. But in my opinion, I mean, generally speaking, obesity is not attractive.
Okay.
Morbid obesity is not attractive to look at.
Uh,
And
sure. It's not preferable, right? If it's unhealthy, right? No, I don't disagree that like
yeah,
but like there are some people, right? Where like they don't really have much of a say. Like there are specific medical conditions that people have that cause them to be more overweight or even obese. And I think that if there's like nothing they can do about it and like they're as healthy as they can be, like I don't think it's fair to them to say that they can't be attractive or that like it's like you can have your preferences, right? Like you might not find it attractive and that's fine, right? Like there are some people I don't find attractive, right? But that doesn't mean that universally they're not attractive. It just means that that's just like not my personal preference, right? Like I don't know what sexual orientation you are, but like like if let's say you're straight, like you might have a preference for men over women, right? That doesn't mean that women are more unattractive. That's just like your personal preference,
see
right?
where you're coming from. And I also want to say, there are exceptions with obesity where you get put on medication that makes you get fat. You have PCOS where
Mm-hmm.
it's more difficult to lose weight. But the thing is, you can have PCOS and still lose weight. You just have to have a much stricter diet than the average person, and it'll take an even longer time to lose the weight if you have PCOS.
Yeah, but you, as somebody that's losing weight yourself without PCOS or any medical conditions that are preventing you, as far as I'm aware, from losing weight, you know how fucking hard it is, right? And that's for you, somebody that has a medical condition. And you have admitted many times, like, oh yeah, like I was starting to lose weight and then I regained all the weight, right? Like this is something you've admitted to. That's without a medical condition, right? So you can understand why if somebody has a medical condition, they're going to struggle even more than you. It's going to be virtually impossible. It's almost fucking impossible for you to lose weight. So what makes you think that it's going to be even like within the realm of plausibility for certain people with certain conditions to lose weight?
Well, that's the exception. There are exceptions. Exceptions are not the rule. So
right, but if you're applying the rule to people that are the exceptions, you can understand why that's like a problem, right? So like if you're saying that PCOS isn't an excuse to be fat, when like you've spent at least as far as I'm aware, like the majority of your life being overweight without any medical conditions behind it, right? Because it's just difficult to lose weight. That yeah, PCOS is a valid reason to be overweight, right?
Well, if your mental, if your physical health is in jeopardy, then it's really not safe to be obese.
Right,
we could
but
talk
that doesn't mean that it's possible for everybody to lose weight. Again, you have spent the majority of your life being overweight. And you, of all people, should be able to empathize with not just people that have the amount of difficulty that you have to go through, right? But somebody that has a medical condition that prevents them from losing weight in the first place. Like they have a severe disadvantage. It is 5 trillion times easier for you to lose weight than for somebody with PCOS to lose weight. Are you aware of that?
Well, it's hard for them, but it's not impossible.
You would agree that it's way harder for them, like 1 trillion times harder for them than it is for you, correct? Okay. And you would agree that it's so hard for you that it is taking you so much time to even just consistently be a little bit, like whatever, 20 pounds lighter than you were previously, right? So you would agree then that if it's 5 trillion times harder than what you've had to go through, that it might actually be essentially, for all intents and purposes, implausible for somebody to lose a substantial amount of weight to the point where they're not overweight anymore if they have PCOS, right?
Okay, but it's still unhealthy to be overweight. Like 400 pounds is not healthy.
I'm not saying that it's healthy, right? But what I am saying is that if there's nothing you can do about it, then you can't really blame them for that. I think that the weight you've been for the majority of your life is also somewhat unhealthy. If you're obese, that's unhealthy, but that doesn't mean that that's entirely your fault or that it's entirely within your control. I'm not saying you should lay over in bed and do nothing and just eat McDonald's because, fuck it, I'm going to be fat no matter what. But what I am saying is that I think that you, of all people, should be able to empathize with those who have a genetic disposition for being overweight, for those who have a serious, legitimate medical condition like PCOS that causes them to be overweight more so than anybody else, right?
Okay, well, I'm about to explain. I was obese for my whole life, chronically online, but when I was growing up, I was very skinny. I became anorexic when I was 12 years old, and by the time I was 19, I put on weight because I was so sick of being hungry all the time. So when I say I'm against fat people, it really comes from my perspective of I don't want to be fat. I don't want to be like them.
And that's fine. That's fine to not want to be fat. That's perfectly acceptable, right? But that's different from saying that other people are inferior or shouldn't cosplay because they are fat, right? You can, have like weight goal, reasonable weight goals for yourself. You can want to lose weight, and hell, you're somebody that doesn't have a like you even said so yourself, you were anorexic for a point in time, right? These are people that are basically not really even capable of being anorexic the way you were. Like if they were to eat as little food, like the amount of calories that's required for them to be the weight that you were when you were anorexic, they would fucking die, right? Like that's not just like an option for them, right? You have to
I
keep in
believe
mind.
that's a common misconception. It's not a fantasy at all to lose weight. You can make it possible. And another thing,
I'm not saying it's impossible to lose weight. I'm saying that for a lot of people with these certain medical conditions, like serious medical conditions, it's not as simple as just go to the gym and eat healthier, right? And I think that I got DM'd by somebody who specifically wanted to talk about some of this stuff with you. Would you be willing to talk with them about that? I'll act as a neutral moderator. I won't like dogpile you or anything. Would you be open to that?
I would be open to that, yes.
Okay. So let me just add them real quick.
Okay.
Create DM and then All right. You're both on stream. So, yeah.
Oh, hey, Kelly, remember me? Nekocup?
I remember you.
You remember me, Kelly? The one that you call me the bitch? Over
Well,
fucking...
if you didn't... Okay, well, I'm really trying not to be as... I'm really not trying not to be as unhinged as you are. And let me just point out...
Oh, I'm unhinged? Really,
yes,
Kelly?
You're unhinged. I mean, listen to your tone of voice. Look at the way... Listen to how you're speaking to me.
All right, fine. You know what? Fine. I will try to be as patient as I can with you because... Kelly, you said in your post that you're trying to talk like adults, but you ended up fucking yelling at me.
I need to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna be right back.
Listen, I agree. I was very immature at the time, and I was retarded, and I still needed a lot of time. I still needed a lot of time. Listen, I still needed a lot of time to learn how to mask my autism better. That's what it was. I still had my moments.
The stuff that you said and done does not excuse your behavior.
I'm not saying it does. We're never going to agree. So if you just came on here, I forgot this guy's name, Femboy something. If he just invited you here to yell at me.
Femboy is a girl. You need to respect people's pronouns, Kelly.
Oh, this is absolutely... Shut up.
No, you shut up. I watched your stream, Kelly, and the thing that you said and done is absolutely bullshit.
Well, I'm not the one who's yelling and screaming and talking like a crazy person right now. I'm trying. Listen, really? I'm just pointing out that you are very unhinged. You are morbidly obsessed with me. I mean, if you weren't morbidly obsessed with me, and I'm sure you're screen recording this right now, hate account.
Oh, so, no, it's a live stream, honey.
Yeah, I know the difference. But I'm just saying, it wouldn't surprise me if you were screen recording me right now and sending it to your, what I call the hate page, you're a disciple.
I don't know anything about the hate page. I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you wouldn't call it a hate page because, like I said, you're a disciple of it. You follow it like you're a disciple.
Maybe if you weren't saying all the things, maybe if you weren't being such a shitty person, maybe.
I'm not a shitty person.
Yeah, you are.
No matter how many times you say to me, I'm a shitty person, that is not going to work on me.
No, you're still a shitty person. You misgender people. You told people to go kill
how you say to me, it's not about my politics, but here you are saying I misgender people.
Yeah, you do. You misgender Neoncaffeine. You misgender people. You don't respect people's pronouns. The only time you respect people's pronouns is if it's Blair White and Angel.
Because Blair White put effort into her transition, and she deserves to be called she because she passes as a woman. I've been going to therapy for 3 weeks. I suggest you take the time and money to see a therapist yourself.
Oh, honey, I've seen a therapist before. I've seen a therapist.
Yeah, I find that hard to believe with the way you're yelling at me,
honey.
cursing me
I've
out.
seen a therapist before. You know what? Let me tell you something, and you're not going to interrupt me. I'm going to say something. So, are you going to let me speak?
You're interrupting me.
No, I'm good because I don't want to listen to your fucking bullshit.
Then why are you on here? Why did you come on here to yell at me in the first place? So you can confront me like a 5-year-old child? With the way
you're acting like a 5-year-old yourself.
I'm acting like a 5-year-old.
Yeah, you're acting like a 5-year-old.
Auress, to be fair, you did use being immature as an excuse for a lot of the stuff that you did, right? So you can't have it both ways.
I wasn't trying to use that as an excuse.
Well, you kept mentioning it, right? Like you can't have it both ways.
Yeah, Kelly. Yeah, Kelly.
Since Nekocup is explaining, yeah, I really don't care that you see me as a 5-year-old no matter what. I've learned the hard way. I'm not going to please everyone. Okay, so I'm the 5-year-old, but you're cursing me out. You're screaming. You sound very mentally unstable.
Oh, and I'm mentally unstable?
I'm trying to tell you very calmly. I'm responding to you as calmly as I can. And I wouldn't have done this just 5 years ago. I would have screamed back at you, but I am taking the time to hold my emotions back. And just because I don't like that you're yelling at me, doesn't mean I'm gonna act just as badly as you.
But yeah, it's okay for you and your mom to yell at me over fucking makeup?
Okay, let me tell you something. You were spamming my comments on my YouTube channel. You kept saying to me that my makeup was awful, which
I did not fucking say that. I was giving you tips.
You're lying.
I was giving you makeup tips because I know makeup.
Okay,
I know makeup.
It's not constructive criticism to say
Auress,
your makeup is awful.
Let her respond.
First of all, that is constructive criticism. The destructive criticism is when someone says
criticism to say that your makeup is
awful. Let them respond. You levied an accusation.
Awful at the time.
Cállate la boca. First of all, I want to say this is I gave you constructive criticism I was giving you. Yeah, I did. I gave you advice.
Your version of constructive criticism and my version
gave
of
you advice on makeup. I was telling you what product to use. I was telling you that you're using the wrong product.
I also remember that you bragged about being a makeup guru and being perfect at makeup. So I don't think what's so constructive about that.
My oldest sister taught me how to do
I'm a makeup guru too now, kind of, for the most part.
Are you seriously going to let me speak, or are you just going to keep interrupting me? Because we're talking about
me
now. No, you're interrupting me first.
Because you won't stop yelling at me.
You are. Maybe if you weren't interrupting me, I would have fucking answered.
I'm interrupting you.
Yes, you are. You just did.
Yeah, you're interrupting me, Kelly. Let me speak.
I know what you're saying. You just came on here to yell at me.
No, I came here to tell you that we're all done with your fucking bullshit. You are nothing but a liar.
What you really mean by that is that, Kelly's not woke. We should just throw her in the pit or whatever. Yeah, I know you're gonna pretend you don't know what woke means, but you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know what woke means. I go to college. I go to college.
Well,
you dropped out of college because you didn't want to get out of bed.
Kelly, do you think that it's a woke position to be against pedophilia?
No, both sides, both the left and right.
Oh, so you're just going to defend pedophilia?
I'm not defending pedophilia. Don't put words in my mouth.
You lewd children and you admit to having a crush on a minor.
I just explained that if you take the time to watch this video.
I did watch the video. I did watch the video.
Okay, so did you just come on here to yell at me and say, fuck you, F you, F you, F you?
No, I wanted to talk like adults, but you're not talking like an adult.
Okay.
Woman, child.
Child? That's really mature.
Yeah,
that's
you're a woman child. You're a woman child.
No, I'm not a woman child. Please do not
then how come when someone calls you out, you throw a tantrum?
Oh, I am not throwing a tantrum. This is
But you
coming
will
from the
after
person.
this.
This is coming
Like-
from the person who is yelling at me.
Maybe because you weren't letting me talk?
You weren't letting me talk.
Well, you weren't letting me talk either.
Okay, can we please have this unhinged person just?
No,
can
we're
we
gonna
please
talk like
hang up
adults
on her?
like you wanted.
I think that it is perfectly fair for them to, you know, come on, you know, maybe they have like a little bit of a different perspective from you, Kelly, and that's fine. I think it's you know, I think it's a worthwhile endeavor to explore different perspectives in the free marketplace of ideas, you know.
But she doesn't want to talk to me. Like I said, I'm repeating myself now.
I'll talk to you.
Yeah, I think that there's I think this could go somewhere, right? I think this conversation has
She
a
just
lot of
called
potential.
me a woman child. She's claiming to be the adult, but she's yelling at me.
Well, to be
And I'm
fair, you were
I am trying to use a very calm tone of voice.
Yeah, but
maybe
you were
I'm
being
getting a little
condescending.
defensive.
You were being condescending, to be fair, or at least you came across that way. If that wasn't your intention,
yeah, maybe
fair
I'm
enough.
coming across that way.
Yeah, like I think maybe if you just, I don't know, came across as less condescending, maybe that would.
I hate to be the bearer, but someone wants to join.
Oh, all right.
No.
Yeah, we could have them join. If you guys are
no.
cool with that.
Yeah.
All right. Who would you like to? Who would you like to add?
I like to add DorksWithWigs.
Oh no.
Okay.
Hey.
Sure. Yeah, let's
I'm
hear them
not here
out.
to get yelled at. I mean
No, don't worry. They're gonna be. They're not gonna yell.
Yelling.
If they yell, I'll tell them to use their inside voice. Okay?
No, I don't believe you. I know what you're doing.
No. I will. I'm not. Look, I'm the neutral party here. I'm not siding with anybody. If it gets out of hand or you know.
Before I hang up, Nekocup, I just want to tell you, I'm not acting like a child right now.
Yeah, you are. You are acting like a child.
Hold on, guys. I think we can.
I like how you claim to be the adult, but you're calling me names. So
okay, look, I think
you retard.
It is not going to change my mind. You are not going to make me think like you, and you are not going to convince me that there's
we
anything
believe in equality, Kelly.
There's nothing wrong with me.
Well, I think it's worth. Look, you know, and maybe this is like a matter of opinion, but I personally think that being able to you know, engage with the opposition in the free marketplace of ideas is like a useful thing. I don't know where you stand on that, Kelly, but personally, like, I know that like people can be a little bit harsh, and I think that that's just sort of how the internet works.
Harsh. Like I've said, because I can't find another word to say it, this is unhinged behavior, and I find it very hard.
Sure, and you can feel that way, and you can feel that way, and that's fine, right? But I think that you know, rather than you guys yelling at each other,
yell at you. Actually, Dork said that he's not going to yell at you. He's going to be civil like everyone else, like me. And
here, let's give. Hold on, let's. Can we?
I only joined this interview.
Okay.
Because I wanted to clear my name. I wanted to
sure.
I did not.
Sure.
And we can.
Hold on, Cal. Wait, guys. Hold on, wait. Before you leave.
She just fucking left. God fucking damn it.
All right.
Damn it.
Hold on. One sec. I'll message her asking. Hold on. I just want to hear the questions of the opposition. For
this is getting ridiculous.
You to address them. I did not mean for it to get out of hand. Okay. We might have to like do something where like we'll just have like one other caller at like a time, so it'd be me, Kelly, and then whoever is calling her at the time.
All right. So Dork said, let the creator know that they want to touch him. They want to touch base with Kelly from the past. Like Dorks want to like touch base about Kelly's past. And I know that someone else wanted to join because they were an ex-medical professional and they know a lot about medical stuff.
Yeah, have one caller at a time, and I will moderate.
Yeah.
It will just be you, me, and what was their name?
Dorks with wigs and the other one, hold on. The other one, I know I sent it to you. Hold on, let me see.
Just some
McGieuser.
other person. I don't want you to get dogpiled.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying my best.
my intent.
Look, I was trying my best to be patient with her. I'm trying my best, but she's just, you know.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I just we'll have to see where this goes.
Yeah.
Because I'm not just trying to like dogpile her or whatever.
Yeah,
like, I'm just gonna act. I'm just gonna act as like a neutral moderator.
Yeah.
She says, "I appreciate it, but I don't feel like being confronted with more people."
No one's not confronting her. Like, I was trying to be as patient.
They're just gonna ask questions respectfully. If they don't, I'll remove them.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be as calm this time. I'm not trying to let her get the best of me.
We're just gonna have like one person at a time. So like if it's the other person, then you won't be in the call, and then if it's another person, then you get the point, right? Like I don't want her to like be getting dogpiled or whatever.
Yeah,
like, that's not the intent.
I mean that was immature of me to dogpile her. Like I should never have done that.
All right.
Like
yeah. So I'm gonna leave this call, and then I'll invite her to a call with somebody else. So it looks like DorksWithWigs is gonna be up next. So hold on. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Okay, you're calling me again. DorksWithWigs says that they just want to like ask some questions.
Okay.
If it gets out of hand, like I'll tell them to stop.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. So, DorksWithWigs, create DM. Okay. Yeah, so I think DorksWithWigs just has some questions that they'd like to ask.
I do.
Okay.
So you can't hear me?
I can hear. I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay.
Kelly, can you hear them?
I can't hear Kelly.
I don't think Kelly's... Kelly, I think you might be muted. Can you check your audio? Because I can hear Dorks, but not you. But I see the green rectangle. Can you hear us? Hold on, nod your head if you can hear us. Nod your head if you can hear us.
Hang up and come back.
That's weird. I don't know why her audio's not...
Discord's been acting up on mobile recently.
Yeah, it might be a Discord mobile moment.
Oh, well...
There we go.
Alright, there we go. Now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Changed. I'm very happy for you that you finally transitioned, and I really do mean that. I'm not trying to get on your good side.
I respect that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wait, Dorks, what pronouns do you use? He, him?
Yes.
Alright. Just making sure.
So,
alright.
I want to touch up on back when you did the interview about 2 years ago with Neoncaffeine.
Yes.
I know that I haven't been watching you, but I have been watching years, and what I have observed for the past 2 years, And I told you back in that interview, it takes 6 months of continuous change to show improvement. Did I not?
I remember that, but I'm going to tell you that you're not going to change my mind no matter what.
I'm not trying to.
Okay.
That's why I asked Nekocup. I do admit Neko came in here blazing fire.
Yes.
I am friends with them, and I understand their point of view. They were angry, and they wanted to get what they wanted out, and I respect that.
Right.
But also, you did not deserve that.
Okay.
But as I go back to what I was mentioning before, I have observed you for the past 2 years, and I have not seen consistent change on respecting people's pronouns. And I understand. Stop. You want to be an adult. You want to be mature. I need you to let me finish my sentence before you say anything.
Okay.
So, with the pronouns thing, you do not have to accept it. You don't have to be part of it. You don't have to do any of that. The bare minimum is to respect it because you do not know what's going on in their life beyond that. I have observed you have not been doing that. And whether someone's transitioned or not, you don't know their situation. It took me a very long time to get to the point where I am at now. Some people do not have access. Currently in the state of America, most people don't. So you, even just online, you say you want to be a better person, do you not?
Well, when I say want to be a better person, I don't mean I want to please people.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, do you want to be a better person to be perceived in a better light than you have in the past?
I want to be myself in a way where people are not telling me how to speak or how to think.
Okay, I'm asking you a yes or no question, Kelly. Do you want to be better than when you were in the past?
I want to be better for myself. Yes.
Okay. With that being said, with something I've preached since when I used one of my original account that you ended up blocking when I gave you some makeup advice back in 2017 when I was in college. I wasn't a makeup guru, neither were you. We're about the same age. You're about, I think, a year or two older than me. We're about the same age. We both started makeup probably around the same time. I gave a basic, I think it was something about eyeshadow blending that I had learned from another person. And you had immediately blocked that account, even after I had been encouraging you on that account, boosting you, saying you looked really good, and a bunch of things like that. You had blocked that account. I ended up then going to my main account. I understand that. But then when people tried in the future to give you constructive criticism on makeup, saying, hey, if you do this, or you should blend this more, or this, that, or another thing, you would get defensive. Constructive criticism, everyone gets.
I
for a
agree
while,
with
was
that.
really, at first, I was really shitty about taking constructive criticism on makeup. I'm a drag performer. I still have issues taking criticism on how I do makeup. That doesn't mean anything about how I am going to treat others. I don't get mad at someone for saying, hey, you should blend something a little bit more. You should add this thing to it. If you do your eyeliner like this, it'll stop it from smudging. These are all constructive criticisms. Or someone saying, hey, if you take an inseam instead of sewing it like this, it will look better and cleaner. Those are all constructive criticisms. And
I agree.
you don't have to like it, but you can be cordial and be like, thank you for the advice. You don't have to accept it. You don't have to use it. But just being cordial will, one, end a lot of the discourse that stirred up. I understand getting emotional and lashing out and saying something that you just are angry in the moment and you want to say it because you're upset. Sometimes, even myself, there's moments where I have moments like that still with people in my life. But I take a step back and I take a breath. Something, I heard you're in therapy. I'm really fucking glad about that. I think that's great for you. But that also, knowing that, I'm going to keep tabs on you more now. I do want to see you improve as a person because, yes, you've done some really fucked shit in the past. I will say that. You have. It's documented. It's all over the internet. It's everywhere. Once it's on the internet, it's never gone. It's
I
always
agree.
online. And that being said, your past is always going to end up coming back up. And you are going to have to accept your past. There's part of my cosplay past that I know is out there and I know has been topics in the past. And if anyone confronts me about it, I'm honest with them. I tell them straight up what it is. I'm not going to say it because I'm not proud of it. But everyone has their something that they've done fucked. We were all children at one point in cosplay. We've all done something fucked. One thing that I will never be able to handle with what you've done in the past is the fact of the conversation with the minor. I had told the information of what you've done in the past too. What that whole thing that happened, you and me know what that is. I will never be able to forgive you for you sending photos of what was happening mental health wise to you to a minor at the time. I will never be okay with that. And I will just say that the one thing I have noticed you have been improving on is you are taking accountability at times for actions, and I see it, but you still are falling short when you decide to go off your handlebars and go off on comments. Because I pay attention. I will be honest, I have a burner TikTok account solely so that I can occasionally check and see what you're commenting or responding to comments. Solely on the fact that I am monitoring, because I said back 2 years ago that I was going to stay watching, whether you knew it or not, whether anything. Mainly just because, one, you brought a knife to Katsucon.
Okay.
And that was dangerous. Not only is it a live steel weapon, which is against prop policy, you brought a live steel weapon, it's actually a kitchen knife, to a con where if you had it just in your pocket or in a bag, God forbid you tripped or someone bumped into you and it stabbed them, you would have gotten in a lot of trouble. You would have gotten potentially blacklisted from Katsucon and never been able to go back to that con, meaning any con that's connected to Katsucon, you would not be able to go to. So anyone, there is a lot of things like that that you need to think before you act. Because your actions will end up having consequences.
I agree with that.
I also want to mention the fact that for a while, you were doing great with your makeup and not using darker shades and doing amazing. But then you did it again. Whether you believe whatever you believe, I'm not going to change your mind. I know that. I know I'm not going to change your mind, but I need you to know ethically, using a darker foundation is not okay. Like a shade darker, that's fine. But if you put your arm up to your face and it's a completely different shade where you look orange with foundation, there's an issue. If you're using body paint, that's a different conversation entirely. Body paint, you're going to use orange body paint to look like the Zelda. I'm just going to point out, it's your Zelda character you cosplay. I understand that character does have darker skin, but if you use a different way to use it, like you're going to use a darker body paint, an orangish body paint would pass better than using a darker foundation. I understand it's cheaper to use a darker foundation, but in the community that you are trying to stay in the cosplay community, you have to also acknowledge it is Black History Month. With you darkening your skin, please don't roll your eyes. You have never lived their life. You do not know what they have endured. You will never understand. You and me will never understand what they go through day to day. We are both white, privileged Americans.
That's actually very racist to say. Can I please stop you right there? So, no one is oppressed in the United States of America,
yes,
not even Black people.
Yes, they are.
Well, let's agree to disagree. So, I find it kind of racist, like, in a way that you're saying Black people are oppressed. I find it racist.
I never said they were oppressed. I said we will never understand the life they live.
Okay, but
I said we are privileged. Have you ever worried about whether or not you're going to have food on the table at night in your entire life?
Okay,
no, it is part of it. It is part of it. How do I know? Because I actually grew up not knowing whether or not I was going to have dinner that one night or another. I grew up in poverty. I know that you live in a nice house. You live with your parents. You have that privilege. It took me until I was 25 to get my own apartment because I could not afford it, because I grew up in poverty. I do not have generational money. I do not have anybody supporting me. I am supporting myself. I have family members who are Black, who are mixed, who I have witnessed them get hate crimed in front of me as a child because they were babysitting me. And I looked like a kidnapped young white kid. We will never understand what they go through. I'm not saying they are oppressed. I can't say that. I am a white person. I have privilege from the moment I was born. So have you. You have privilege because of our white fair skin. That's something you cannot deny, because that is something all around the earth that is a privilege for us to be light-skinned.
Can I just please say that I find it very racist to say that we are privileged because we are white, because also I have 2 cousins who are mixed race. Their mom is Black. Their dad is one of my uncles, and they are very well off, more well off than I could ever be.
Well, but do you know if, okay, you don't drive, do you, Kelly?
I'm learning how to.
Okay. Do you ever worry about getting pulled over and potentially a gun being put in your face?
No.
Right. That is part of the privilege.
I don't
We
agree.
are less likely to be profiled than a person of color, of any shade darker than us. We are less likely to be profiled as a potential criminal than any other race.
Okay, but can I just ask why do you always, not just you, but why do you always say person of color? What is so racist about calling them Black people or African
Because it is not
American?
just Black people. It is also people who are from Indian descent, Asian descent, things like that. It's not just people of color of African American or African descent. It is across the board. If you do not have pale skin, you have a tanner natural complexion, you are a person of color. And that is something, like, people use that term because that is what the people who use that term, they have coined it. That is what most people that I know, I have a lot of friends in the community who are POC, who claim that as part of their cosplay identity, and that's their choice to do that. That's their choice. They choose that label. It is, in the end of the day, it is a label. But again, you say I'm not going to be able to change your mind. Same thing. You're not going to be able to change my mind. Labels are a thing that is in our society. No matter where you go, whether you leave the cosplay community, there is always going to be labels around you. No matter what you do, there is going to be labels. And you can choose whether to accept the labels that you want, give yourself the labels you want, or you can deny them and you can ignore people's labels, but you're going to end up looking like the asshole at the end of the day if you ignore what people say. Hi, I'm Storm. Nice to meet you. My pronouns are he, him. You can be like, hi, I'm Kelly. Nice to meet you. You don't have to say your pronouns. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do everything everyone else does. But that is your choice.
I want to sort of bridge the gap here, because I want to make it clear to Kelly, because when people talk about white privilege, oftentimes that gets misinterpreted. At least when I talk about white privilege, like, I'm not talking about, I can't speak for dorks, but it's not to say that white people have privileges that they shouldn't have. It's to say that there are other categories of people that don't have the same privileges when they ought to. It's not a zero-sum game, right? Like, when we talk about white privilege, we're not saying that there's a finite amount of privilege that needs to be equally distributed. It's just to say that, yeah, there are some privileges that we have that everybody else should have as well. That's not to take away from the privilege that we have. It's just to add to the privilege that other people have, right? So it's not anti-white, right? It's not a zero-sum game. Do you sort of understand, like, where that sort of comes from? Because I think that when we talk about white privilege, like, a lot of the time, like, on the left, like, that can be, like, kind of like optics poison if it's not, like, specified. But do you sort of understand, like, if that's the explanation of what it is? Like, do you see why that's sort of reasonable, Kelly?
Well, a lot of things that I'm hearing from dorks is that white privilege, we're privileged because we're white. I keep saying that's racist. And so it shouldn't be a surprise at this point that my Instagram feed is a lot of conservative content, and we believe in the conservative group that if you say you're privileged and you're racist because you're white, that's anti-white racism.
Kelly, do you believe in the Great Replacement theory?
I've never heard of it.
Do you believe that there's a white genocide?
Well, not really.
Okay, that's good. Okay. So you're okay. So it's okay. Well, that's good news. I was gonna say some things if you did, but I'm glad that that's not the route that you'd go. Yeah, so, yeah, it just seems to be the case that, like, acknowledging that, yeah, there's, like, systems in place that have caused certain groups to be inherently at, like, a disadvantage. Like, I don't think that that's, like, a racist thing to say. Like, if it's reality, like, I think, given the correct context, like, I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong with saying, yeah, there's like a generational wealth gap that, say, disproportionately affects black people in terms of the effects of redlining, right? Like, it could be the case that, okay, today, redlining isn't a specific policy that's currently being implemented, but it was implemented in the past, and it still has downstream effects, right? Like, because it negatively affected one generation, right, of black people. You have their kids that grow up in poorer areas as a result of those policies, right? They don't just obtain wealth out of fucking nowhere. No. Like, that's what a generational wealth gap is, right? Like, you would agree that if your parents aren't well off, that you're probably less likely to be well off as well, right? That's sort of the idea behind it, right? And we're not that, like, it's not like, civil rights was even that long ago. Like, this is recent history, all things considered, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you agree then. I just don't think that it's fair to label him as racist for simply pointing out systemic inequalities. I think that that's like a perfectly reasonable thing. Now, you could say, oh, I don't think his rhetoric is very effective, or, oh, I think there's like a disconnect between the rhetoric and what he's trying to say, like in terms of like, oh, well, the average person's going to interpret it this way, or, oh, I interpret it as this, and I know that's not what you mean. And that's like an entirely different discussion. Like, I talk about optics on the left all the time, but to say that it's racist, I think is a bit of a stretch, right? Sort of see where I'm coming from?
I don't really agree that black people or any race is oppressed, because we live in one of the most privileged, I'm sorry, there's a bug in my face. We live in one of the most privileged countries, and we're so progressive. America is one of the most progressive and richest countries. Like,
hold on, this is not an argument though, because yes, it could be the case that we're one of the most privileged countries, but while simultaneously being the case that there are certain categories of people that have less privilege than others, right? So that's like, these aren't mutually exclusive. Like, yeah, we're one of the most progressive countries. That doesn't mean that we're perfect. That doesn't mean that we're as progressive as we should be. Okay, so then you would acknowledge that, yeah, like if there are systemic inequalities that exist, like these have been documented, right? Like, this isn't just like conjecture, right? This is agreed upon, like in academic areas, right? Like, anyone with any semblance of an academic background, right? Unless they're like a grifter or some shit, is going to agree that, yeah, there are systemic inequalities, right? Now, you could propose different solutions to that. You could say, oh, let's not do anything because it'll fix itself over time. I'll disagree with that, but at least there's like a reasonable enough sort of idea behind it. You're not denying reality. But I feel like to say that there's like no differences, there's no inequality in terms of how people are treated is objectively wrong, right? Like, it's just like a blatant denial of reality.
Well, the way I see Black History Month, it is virtue signaling. It is woke, white liberals speaking for black people, who I don't believe, by the way, are oppressed. It doesn't matter.
What about black people that advocate for BLM? Are they just virtue signaling?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what race you are in the United States of America. You are privileged.
You brought up specifically white liberals advocating for them, but
yes,
it's not just white liberals, right? Like black people also advocate for BLM, right?
Okay, but I also heard, I watched the Kansas Owens documentary. Basically, what I've learned is that Black Lives Matter was somehow a scam. They scammed people and they took their money without promising anything.
What? So wait, so BLM is a scam that took people's money. Where are you getting this information from?
Owens.
What?
Is
I'm
that
sorry,
a
you cut out.
YouTuber?
Candace Owens
Oh,
is a
Candace
member
Owens.
of the Daily Wire.
Oh, yeah, she's been
conservative.
exposed for being a grifter who lies about her positions. Like, this is common knowledge. Like, she's not, like, a reliable source of information, right? Like, she had, like, the completely opposite worldview when there was no financial incentive for her on the Daily Wire. Like, you know she gets paid to spew certain talking points, right? Like, that's why she does it. Like, she doesn't actually believe the shit she says.
Okay.
I just think that maybe you need to, like, rather than just believing whatever you hear from conservative grifters, maybe you, like, take into account the fact that, like, yeah, there's, like, a financial incentive for them to say certain things, right? Like, they get paid to do this. Like, Daily Wire is a fucking huge-ass organization that has a lot of money. Like, yeah, the people on there are specifically going to give certain talking points that make them money, basically, right? Like,
There's talking points that I agree with. Like, my favorite member of the Daily Wire is Matt Walsh, because
he's
I
arguably one of the worst ones. Actually.
well, in my opinion,
he's
Walsh,
deranged. He's deranged.
no, I disagree with that. Matt Walsh is very honest. I agree with a lot of things that he says.
What do you agree with that he says?
Well, he tells basic truths that well, he talks about transgenderism and that a woman cannot be a man cannot be a woman, and that's just biology. And he also
that's not biology.
By actual college studies done by professors who have degrees with their students, that gender before the 1800s, like the 1900s, so there was in Native American like villages, there was multiple genders. There was no set gender.
No,
yes.
What
have you done your research? Are you going to deny my knowledge that I know from my heritage? Are you going to deny that I have facts and you have not done any research on this? On this specific topic I am talking about right now.
There's no such thing as multiple genders. You are either
so
male
there's
or
a single gender then? There's not multiple, there's just one, the one gender.
Okay, so what you must be referring to is the
That's
Native
what
American.
You just said that there's only one gender. So which one is
it? Wait.
Let me finish, please.
So if there's male and female only in your eyes, there's male and female, right? That's the only two genders in your mind.
That would still be
Native
multiple
Americans
genders.
were
That would
very
still be multiple.
spiritual.
She just said that there weren't
their
multiple
religion.
genders, which would mean that there could only be a single gender.
I understand what she meant. So there's the two genders you believe in. I just want to confirm this, yes or no? Male and female, those are the only two you believe in.
Yes, those are the only two genders.
Then what are intersex?
Intersex doesn't count. It's a sex
Yes,
disorder.
it does. It has its own label in the genetic. Like if you're born intersex,
I've heard this talking point before, and I'm not going to agree.
I know. I'm telling you right now, scientifically, if you are born intersex, there is an actual label for you in the hospital.
Intersex is not an exception for a third sex. It's just
so it's not the exception.
An exception for every rule. There's no third sex. Intersex is a sex disorder.
Hold on. What do you think a binary is? What do you think a binary is?
You touch on non-binary because
No, Kelly.
Non-binary is just
no. I'm not asking you what non-binary is. I'm asking you, what do you think a binary is?
Binary, both male and female, both genders.
Okay, so only two possible outputs, correct? Meaning that there's no. Okay, if there's only two possible outputs, that means that there are zero outliers. Do you believe that when it comes to biological sex, that there are zero outliers?
There are only two genders. You're either born male or female.
That doesn't answer the question I asked you. Do you or do you not believe that there are outliers?
I don't.
You don't think that there are outliers, so then you don't think that intersex people are an outlier? You think that they perfectly fit the binary?
They're not a third sex. They just have a...
They're an outlier. They are by definition an outlier. If
No, they're
we're talking
not.
about a binary with only two possible outputs
Scientifically.
for collections of sex characteristics, then yes, intersex people are an outlier if they have a distribution of different sex characteristics, right? So if it's the case that somebody has, hold on, let me finish. If it's the case that somebody has an equal distribution of male and female sex characteristics, they are by definition an outlier because they don't fit the binary. This is why, and this is agreed upon in the scientific community. This isn't even up for debate. It's that sex is a bimodal distribution, meaning most of the time you're gonna end up with a male or a female, but sometimes you don't end up with that, right? That's what a bimodal distribution is. So unless you want to disagree with all of the scientists and all of the biologists and all of the medical institutions, then you're just gonna have to accept the fact that yes, sex is a bimodal distribution and not a binary. Like that's just an objective fact.
I disagree.
You disagree with all of the scientists?
That intersex is a third sex. It is not.
Okay, then you disagree with all of the scientists that agree with me in terms of intersex being an outlier.
Oh, I would say it's not really science. It's just science to appease activists, trans activists.
Do you know what the scientific method even is?
I don't remember.
You don't remember what the scientific method is? What do you think the scientific method is? Just in your own words, what do you think it is?
Actual science.
Okay, and what do you think actual science is?
I can't answer it. I'm getting tired and
Okay, so if you don't know what actual science is, then how are you going to say that it's not scientific when you don't even know what science is?
I know what basic science is. I know what biology is.
Okay, if you know what basic science is, then surely you would know what the scientific method is, right? The scientific method is basic science. So can you explain what the scientific method is?
I can't.
Okay, so you don't know what basic science is then?
No, I know what basic science is. I know, biologically speaking, you are either male or female. Gender is not a social construct. Gender and sex are the same. You can disagree with me, but
and how have you come to that conclusion? What evidence do you have to come to that conclusion?
Where's your sources, is what they're asking.
Well, I'm definitely not using the sources that so-called woke.
Okay, well, it doesn't seem like you're using any sources, right? Like, surely if this was
we're
like...
asking for where you
like
got
a counter
this
study.
information. Was it the news? Was it a .org? Was it a
Was it
.gov
Matt
website?
Walsh?
So what if it was Matt Walsh? What's wrong with you liking Matt Walsh?
That's not a reliable source, Kelly. In high school, you are taught reliable sources are anything like online is a .gov, a .gov, .org, and then there's another one I tried.
.edu.
Okay, but the science that's teaching today is not real science.
What I'm
saying is it not real science because you say so?
I just know.
Do you believe that people? Do you believe that professors at Harvard are better at science, or Matt Walsh? Who do you think is better at science? Who do you think has a better understanding?
Deborah So is pretty good at science.
Okay, I'm asking you, broadly speaking, okay? Do you believe that professors at Harvard University know more about science than Matt Walsh? Or do you believe that Matt Walsh knows more about science than professors at Harvard University? This is a very simple question.
Matt Walsh and Deborah So.
You think Matt Walsh knows more about science than professors at Harvard University? That is an insane position. Deborah So's a fucking grifter.
Kelly, so what you're saying, Kelly, what this is my view, like, so you're saying you believe someone who is a person who gives their opinion on the internet has more knowledge than people with degrees.
I've heard this talking point before. My dad is just as left-leaning as you are.
I'm independent, actually. I'm not left-leaning. I'm independent.
Wait, is your dad a based libertarian socialist? Let's go.
Yes,
I'm
both
an
my parents are liberal.
I vote for who I believe is going to do best for this country and for me.
Okay,
I don't vote solely on one side. A lot of people currently in the Republican Party, I don't agree with. But there's a lot of people on the independent party, not independent, on the liberal side that I also don't agree with. I don't agree with our president right now. I never agreed with Trump. I am a person who I'm going to vote for whoever is going to better my life and better the life my nieces and nephews are going to live.
Okay, but
I look at the future. I don't look at the now. I look at in 20 years when my nieces and nephews are in my shoes. How is their way of life going to be? I am pointing out to you. You've been saying I am a leftist. I am this. I'm an independent this entire time since 2017 when we first had this conversation. Let me finish. When I first started having these conversations with you back in 2017, when I started keeping tabs on you, I have always been an independent, but you always assume because of how I came at you after you came at me, I was a leftist.
Because
when I've always
you have
been
a lot of
in the middle.
left-wing talking points. You say trans men are men, and you shoved down my throat earlier that I don't respect people's pronouns. Well, fine. If I don't care about pronouns. I'm not going to allow people to tell me how to think anymore.
Hold on. Do you believe it could be the case that somebody agrees with some leftist positions and not others? So, for instance, I guess, well, I mean, I would consider being in favor of gun rights to be a leftist position. But let's just speak in terms of American politics, right? Gun rights are considered right-wing, and trans rights are considered left-wing, right? So it could be the case that I believe in trans rights, but I also believe in gun rights. So it could be the case that I agree with people on the left on some things and people on the right with other things, right? Like this isn't logically impossible, right? Now, personally, I am actually a leftist, right? But you wouldn't know that just from my position on trans rights, right? The reason I'm a leftist is because firstly, I'm in favor of fucking socialism and socialist policies. Obviously, I'm very socially progressive. Like, I have enough leftist positions where it's like, I can say, yeah, I'm a leftist, right? But you wouldn't know that just from talking to me once and hearing, like, two of my positions, right? Like, it's more nuanced than that.
But you also got mad at me when I called to Neoncaffeine she, when I was just going by.
Yeah, so that would be an example. That would be an example of having a single left-wing position. You do realize that there are people that aren't leftists that sometimes agree with leftists on specific points, right? So it could be the case that that Dorks agrees with me, because I actually am a leftist on trans issues, but maybe he's not on board with the whole socialism thing. Maybe he thinks that's kind of cringe, right? I don't know what his positions are there because I haven't asked him, and he hasn't told me what they are.
Okay.
And see, with my view with the trans rights thing is because I am trans. I am.
See that.
And the thing is, back about 3 years ago now, when the whole thing happened back then, 2-3 years ago, I don't remember at this point. I don't remember the dates. You jumped down my throat saying that I'd never be a man. And I'd never transition. Well, first of all, I'm not talking biological. I'm just saying in general, socially. Because for me, I don't have to biologically fit the standard of masculine male, cisgender man for my transition. That's my personal belief. I want to be able to socially present as a man and live my truth how I want to, just like you want to live your truth and how you want to live and live how you want to live. Does that sound about right? You want to live how you want to live and have not people jump down your throat?
Exactly. Just like
thing here. Same thing here. That's the exact same thing here. I am not going to tell you, I can't change your mind. You're never going to see me as a biological male. I don't want to be a biological male. I am always going to have my past with me. That's not dead to me. That's my past. That is what I live. That is part of my truth. Me, myself, I know the people who care about me know who I am.
Okay.
People online don't know who I am, and that's okay. I'm not, at this point, I'm not upset if someone decides to be hateful towards me about my gender. Solely on the fact that I know the people in my life who are actually physically here and I see daily care about me, and respect my identity. People online are going to always be hateful. And that's something that I think you need to learn. People are not going to agree with you. People are not going to. I already know that.
I came into this, I came onto this debate knowing that you would not agree with me and I would not agree with you, and that is fine. And I already know, I'm very aware that there are many people in the cosplay community who do not agree with me at all.
And knowing that is part of the battle. The thing is also you need to be able to hold your tongue when it comes to online presence, because you're going to have an online presence. You want to be online. I know you want to like improve your cosplays. And I will say, I have been watching, some of your cosplays have gotten better. I will tell you that. They have. And I will be honest, because I'm not about tearing people down to their faces. Like, I'm never going to do that. I'm never going to tear someone down for improving on something, whether how minor it is. But either way, you cannot go and post, like, on your YouTube, you made a community post about people talking negatively about your cosplay. You putting it out there is asking for more negative.
I'm aware of that.
And you need to stop doing that for your mental health. You need to stop doing that for your mental health.
I
because
agree.
you are tearing down your own.
That.
Let me finish. You are tearing down your own mental health by letting it eat you inside. The only person's opinion that should matter to you is your own.
I agree.
Not Jim on the internet, not mine, not Neko's, not anyone in the past. Like, the only person that really should matter your opinion on what you're doing with your life should be you.
And
that's how I live my life, and I preach that. I live what I preach what I live, which is, as long as you're happy with what your actions are, that's fine. But if your actions are going to harm someone, you might want to reevaluate. See, for my way I live is I know what I want with my life and how I act. I present myself how I'm going to present myself. I try to be a kind, considerate person until, one, minors are involved or danger is starting to be involved. Then I become an asshole. And you've seen the asshole side of me.
I have.
And that's something that happens because I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be cordial. I'm going to be all these things that are positive. But when things start becoming dangerous for the community, I'm going to speak up. And I've proven that to you. I've proven it in multiple times in the past to multiple different people. I am going to speak up when there's a danger in the community. And that's why I asked Neko to get me in here to talk to you, because I have been in an interview with you in the past. And I have been keeping tabs. And I do see improvements, but there is still a long way to go. I'm never going to change your mind. And I know that. No one's going to be able to change your mind. You are set in your ways, and I'm very much aware of that. And I respect that. That is how you want to live your life. That's your truth. I'm never going to try to tear that away from you. But I am going to always, when things like this happen where you want to clear your name, I know you do. You have to show 6 months of improvement to be able to do that. And you've shown some, but hasn't been consistent. And I know you want to try. I know you don't want people jumping down your throat. But one, you have to stay positive. You need to stop talking bad about yourself. Because I've seen it. You have talked so bad about yourself for the past 2 years. That does not help your mental health. I do see your weight loss, and I'm very proud of you. Congratulations. It is hard to lose weight as much as it's hard for me to gain weight. I fucking get it. I'm on the opposite spectrum of you on that end. I was 120 pounds from junior high until literally this year. I'm 100 and about probably 45 pounds now, which is a lot more. That's a long leap to do, and I've been struggling with that for years. So I understand where you were struggling to lose that weight. Yes, you were skinny in the past. The thing is, I'm also accepting that I'm not going to be skinny like that anymore. And that's something like you're trying to lose weight. Proud of you. Great. But you also have talked badly about yourself during your weight loss journey. You need to stop doing that.
Okay.
Because you tearing yourself down is not helping your self-esteem. You pointing out, oh, well, this random person said I'm fat, so I'm going to keep on saying that I'm fat. That's not helping you.
Okay.
I accepted that fact that I have videos on TikTok of me super skinny, and I've had people tell me to eat a burger, even though I was eating 3 meals a day. And I was eating several snacks throughout the day, and I wasn't gaining weight because my metabolism is so high up the fucking ass. I can't help that. So I stayed skinny. Gabby, come. Sorry, dog. You need to stop tearing yourself down, because the community uses that because you're already talking bad about yourself. Then people are going to turn around and say, now I can say this because Gabby, come here. She's saying this stuff about herself, so we can say it too. You're just fueling the fire. It looks like you're asking for this hate. You're asking for it when you talk bad about yourself.
Okay, I can see that now.
So when you go
I
and
wanna, before we continue, I wanna wrap this up because there are other people that have questions. So I don't want to go for too much longer. I know that there are a couple other people that have reached out to me that want to talk to Kelly. So yeah, I'm just
yeah, I understand.
yeah. So
Basically, so I'll wrap this up real quick.
yeah.
One, I see your improvement, but you still have a long way to go. This
I
is 2 years
agree.
of watching. I need you to stop talking bad about yourself because you are fueling the fire for people to talk bad about you.
I'll try.
If you want people to respect your views, you have to at least give them the courtesy to generally respect theirs. Basically, baseline of, I don't agree, but good for you.
Yeah.
Don't talk bad about the other side because then you're just fueling a fire for them to keep on talking bad about you.
Okay.
If you want to change your look on the internet, you need to start with the 3 things.
Okay.
And that will hopefully, let's say there's another interview in 6 months to a year. I hope that you are changed and you are showing a different type of person, and you don't have to show your views on the internet. You don't. I know you do. That's part of your identity, and that's fine. But it also, you opened yourself to more hate that way. That is something that's very, very big in the community we are in. People are going to use what your political views are and use it against you. That is just something that's going to happen. And that's something you need to evaluate if you want to still keep your views online. Not saying get rid of them. Put them on your personal account. Like, I know you have your personal account that you could post it there.
Yeah.
You don't have to put it on your cosplay account. What I do,
I want to wrap things up.
Mm-hmm.
I want to wrap things up now. It's been a pleasure to have you on, DorksWithWigs. I've enjoyed having you on. There are other people that would like to talk to Kelly, so I'm gonna remove you from the group chat and add somebody else that has been waiting very patiently. Hopefully they're still watching the live stream and whatnot, and join the VC. So thank you for coming on and have a nice day.
Thank you. You too.
All right, have a good one.
I would just like to say that my phone is at, I'm guessing, 40%. And if we keep doing this, it's going to die and I won't be able. And I can't just plug it in because I only have one plug for my ring light and for my charger. So I'm sorry, but we're going to have to end this.
Well, I think that like your phone has an additional 40%, right?
I'm not aware of that.
You said it has 40 okay. You don't have to be on camera if you don't want. Like, it's preferable if you are, but like, if you're just like using your voice and like we can hear what you're saying, like that's okay.
I appreciate you inviting me on here. And
well, I think because like there's some people that would really like to just ask questions. They're not going to be like bad faith or whatever, right? Like, they're just going to ask questions and whatnot. It probably won't be as long as this. I think that having one person on for an extended period of time might not have been the right move. So it will be shorter. It won't be like super long. It'll just be like a few more questions, if that's okay.
Okay, but if my battery is at 20%, I have to charge it.
Sure. You don't have to, like, also being on camera is gonna drain it, right? So if it goes down to 20%, just turn your camera off and then charge it and then stay on the call.
Okay.
Yeah. So you don't have to like worry about that.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like it's better if you're on camera, but it's not like the end of the world if you're not. So I'm gonna add I think I don't know how to pronounce this person's name, but they asked me a while ago. Oh, oops, I meant to ring this. My bad.
Okay.
Sorry. Hopefully they join, and then if they don't, then I will add somebody else.
Okay.
Join group VC. Okay. And then hopefully they join. Are they gonna join?
I don't think so.
Hold on, be right back, because they're trying to call me. I'll be back in like 5 seconds. Hey, by the way, there's like a group chat. If you join the VC there, yeah, just join that. Hello again.
Hey.
Okay, there we go. Hello.
Yes, I'm just getting one of my plugs so I can charge my phone.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I'll be on camera in a few seconds.
Yeah. How do you pronounce your name? McGieuser? McGieuser? Is that correct? I'm bad at pronouncing things. I can read things, but I can't pronounce them. Hello?
Yes?
No, not you. Other person. McGieuser. Can you hear
Okay.
me? McGieuser. I can't hear you. McGieuser. You can't hear shit? Okay. Try leaving and rejoining. Oh, wait, can't hear you either. Leave and rejoin, maybe? Okay. There we go. I think it's because they're on mobile. Mobile Discord be like that. Okay, come on, McGieuser.
There.
I don't know why they're having technical... Hello, can you hear us? Hello? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you. There we go.
Thank fuck, because I am low-key packing for KatsuCon because I am staff and have been staff since 2017. This is the earliest I am doing it. So I'm sitting here trying to do multitasking.
Fair enough. What did you want to come on to ask about?
So it's not really asking. I have 10 plus years in the medical field where I worked at Strong Memorial Hospital. Do you know Strong Memorial Hospital?
I never heard of it.
Oh, you should have. It is severely famous in New York State as a learning hospital. University of Rochester has done multiple studies on both gender, intersex stuff, things like that, COVID, and the fact that it's kind of disgusting that nobody really knows about it. I can tell you now, my old workplace has studies backing up, hey, intersex is a third gender.
It's not, though. That's a common misconception.
So you're saying somebody with a surgical tech degree is lying?
Yes, it's a sex disorder. It's not a third sex. It's literally, and
So
I mean,
where's your proof?
keywords, sex disorder.
Where's your proof, Kelly?
I have a friend who I talk to a lot on Instagram, and she's intersex, and she says in her own words that being intersex does not make her a third gender. And by the way, she's intersex herself. I mean, she's a conservative.
Yeah.
And she says that it is just a sex disorder. She doesn't believe gender and sex are different.
Please let me continue. As a medical professional who has interacted with these studies, because as I said, my ex-workplace is a learning hospital. We teach a very prestigious university. So you're saying a teaching hospital that has existed since the 1800s is wrong.
Well, first of all, politics change over time, and studies change all over time. So we're in
Why are you saying it's about politics, Kelly?
I misspoke. I meant to say that science changes over time.
Then you will understand that also gender studies changes, biology changes. It is not the 1990s anymore.
Well,
Sixth grade biology does not apply here, my guy. It's like with polycystic ovarian syndrome, which, by the way, I do have, and I have interacted with other people with it. You obviously do not have the medical knowledge and research. People have tried to educate you about this, and I understand you have different views. I cannot convince you otherwise, but you're basically saying that scientists, researchers, people in my field, as somebody with a surgical tech degree, are lying, correct?
well, they kind of are.
Okay,
Wow.
so Kelly, you said that you have you asserted that your random intersex friend agreeing with your position somehow supersedes that of a medical professional. So if you believe that somebody being intersex and that status supersedes being a medical professional, what about all of the intersex people that disagree with your intersex friend? Why should we listen to your intersex friend and not all of the intersex people that disagree with your intersex friend? Why should their position take precedence?
Because maybe they're brainwashed. Maybe they believe in the gender ideology crap.
Maybe they're
No.
brainwashed is not an argument. Maybe your intersex friend is brainwashed into believing in all of the conservative crap, right?
I'm going to have to disagree with that.
So
Why?
what about all sex doctors that I've interacted with, spoken to in the research, who are going to 100% disagree with you?
Well, it's okay if they disagree with me, but another part of my conservatism and being a Republican is that I believe in tradition the old-fashioned way.
There is nothing political about medicine, honey.
No, I know there isn't, but I just mean
Then why are you bringing it up?
I'm just saying that I believe traditionally speaking.
There is a difference between traditional 1950 thinking and recent studies.
I agree with that. I'm just saying
Then
in
why
my
are
traditional mindset, I believe that gender and sex are the same. And
Okay, so
they are not.
Kelly, you realize that appealing to tradition is like one of the most known logical fallacies. So, for instance, traditionally, slavery was legal. Does that make it more justifiable, or do you think that
No.
slavery was wrong? Okay, so it's not a matter of whether or not something is a tradition that makes it right or wrong, correct?
okay, but when I say
Correct.
that I believe in tradition,
Answer the question.
Yes,
You agree.
yes.
Okay, so you agree then that whether or not something is a tradition is not what dictates whether or not it's right or wrong. So why are you using whether or not something is a tradition, such as the way we define sex and gender, as an argument for why it ought to be defined a certain way?
Because I don't agree that sex and gender are different.
Yeah, but why
think
don't you agree? All you have stated is an appeal to tradition.
I disagree because sex and gender being different is a common talking point with
Then
Democrats,
why
and
are
I'm
you
not
So
going
whether
to
or not
agree.
something is a common talking point among Democrats is what dictates whether or not
Yes.
it's valid?
Yes,
Okay, so
and another
if
talking
a
point-
common talking point among Democrats is that drinking water is good, does it suddenly become bad to drink water because
That's
when Democrats
irrelevant.
use No, I'm
It
asking
is
you a
relevant,
question.
Kelly.
If Democrats have this new talking point of it is good to drink water, do you believe it suddenly becomes bad to drink water because of your standard of if a Democrat says it as their talking point, it immediately must be wrong?
I'm just gonna say that's a very irrelevant.
Yes or no?
and
No, it's a yes or a no question.
I
Yes,
don't
no.
have a yes or no question.
You set a standard, right? When you said that gender and sex being different is a Democrat talking point, therefore it's
It is a
bad.
talking point.
Hold on. You set a standard for whether or not something is correct or truthful based on whether or not it is a Democratic talking point. Do you not see why this is logically fallacious?
It's also a talking point to shove pronouns down my throat and say you better respect pronouns or you'll
We're
or
not
else
talking
you'll go
about
back.
pronouns, Kelly.
What?
Are we? We are not talking about pronouns, are we, Kelly? We are talking about medical.
I know what we're talking about. I'm just making.
Then why are you bringing it up? It is.
I'm just
not
pointing
about
out. I'm just pointing out the left-wing talking points that I've heard many times before.
Okay, so you think I'm left-leaning?
I'm assuming that you are.
No, I'm not. I am a communist for all you know. Bringing up what Dorks have said, I am technically independent. I believe in some Republican things, like gun rights. I grew up with guns. I live in Western New York. I believe there should be some regulations on guns. I can get into a big topic about it. My father's a hunter who owns a vast armory. I also believe trans rights matter. I am trans. I literally have faced more shit medically, and this is not being political, mind you, in the medical field because I am trans, a trans man, than anybody else has.
Okay.
If you
so-
really...
Oh,
Oh,
go ahead,
sorry.
Oh, yeah. So I just want to ask Kelly, you agree that it is okay for two homosexuals to get married, correct? I assume the answer is yes? Yes, okay. Well, it also seems to be the case that a Democratic talking point could potentially be that, yeah, it's okay to, love who you love, in terms of, yeah, if you're a man and you love men, that's okay, right? That could be considered a left-wing talking point, right? Does it suddenly become incorrect because it's something that Democrats say? Or do you actually believe that, well, it doesn't matter if Democrats agree or disagree with it because that's not what the correctness of the statement is contingent upon?
Well, I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought again.
Here, I'll help you out. I'll help you out, right? So
Okay,
it's going to be the case that most Democrats are going to say that gay men have the right to get married to each other.
I remember
right?
now.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember now. Well, there's actually been an issue with conservatives about gay marriage
Mhm.
because of the child abuse going on. And by child abuse, I mean there's Democratic gay parents, just some, who believe that if their son likes to play with Barbies, then he needs
That's
to
not
be
what I
transitioned
asked you about.
for
That's not
them.
what I asked you about, right?
Please.
So it's gonna be the Democratic position. It's gonna be the Democratic position that gay
I
people
agree with the
deserve. Hold on.
Democratic position.
Okay, it's the Democratic position that gay people deserve rights. It's the far right Republican position that they do not. Do gay rights no longer hold any validity in your opinion because Democrats said it was good and therefore it must be bad?
I don't
That's
think
the standard
so.
you said. But okay, so then why would you apply that very standard as an argument against trans people or intersex people or whatever? Why would you
It's like
say
saying
that gender?
abortion
Why
is-
would you say that gender and sex being different is wrong because Democrats said that it's right? Why would you apply that standard there, but not when it comes to homosexuality?
I just don't agree that gender and sex are different.
Yeah, but why? Based on what standard?
Because
Based
it
on-
sounds so nonsensical. Like for decades in every literature regarding gender, literature regarding gender, it always meant sex.
Okay,
Like,
well,
let's-
yeah, but that's, again, this is an appeal to tradition fallacy. So once again, for decades, slavery was legal, and it was seen as an okay thing, and that it was justifiable. Does that mean that it actually was justifiable? Or is it the case that in the past we were wrong about stuff, and in the present we're more correct about stuff?
I don't
It's like-
believe we're 100% correct about
I didn't
everything.
say we were. I didn't say we were. But what I am saying is that whether or not something has historically been defined as something does not necessarily dictate the validity of that, right? Black people used to be categorized as subhuman, but that's an incorrect categorization, even regardless of whether or not it was traditionally done. Because it's not a matter of whether something was or wasn't traditionally done in literature that determines whether or not it's correct. So this completely destroys the entire standard you've used. So I'll ask you again, what standard do you have that applies specifically to lead you to the conclusion that Gender and sex are the same thing, definitively.
They are. That's just
Why?
That's just
All you have said,
Why, Kelly?
all you have said is that gender
Please
and
back
sex
up
are the
your
same
words with
thing.
research.
All you have said so far, Kelly, is that sex and gender are the same thing because you say so. But that's not a reason.
It's not that I say so. It's just the truth. And
And why is it
scientists-
the truth? Is
scientists
it the truth
say
because you
that
say so?
gender and sex are different. They're just
Kelly.
it's just fake science. To
Okay, then
appease
can you
their
point?
activists
Can you
because
point me to the real science then?
It's not real science. They're just trying to appease
Kelly,
the woke
point me
crowd.
I
to
asked
the
you-
medical research that you are quoting. Please, link me to the medical research and scientific studies that you have done. Please. Because
I'm
I
not
can
going-
literally link you to the University of Rochester, to Strong Hospital, to what they've done.
I'm not going to agree with it.
No,
I
Kelly,
didn't say you had
Kelly,
to, honey.
Kelly, all we are asking you for is a counter study. So if it's the case that our science that we're using is fake, then surely there would be some sort of real science that you could point to that dismantles our fake science.
Never so.
Deborah, so can
Oh,
you
yeah.
show me like a study, like an actual study? Saying
Show
somebody's
me a
name
study.
doesn't mean anything. I can say names all I want as well. Abraham Lincoln, Jeffree Star, Justin Bieber. That doesn't mean shit. I want
Jeffree
you to
Dahmer.
point me to a specific study. Don't just say the name of somebody. I can refute it by saying Vosh.
Well, Deborah So posted a study, and it's a deleted Instagram post now, that a majority of autistic girls are
We're not
confused
talking
about their
about autistic
gender.
So wait, hold on. We're not talking about autistic people or a deleted Instagram
I
post.
didn't
Okay,
say we were.
I
I'm just
want
using
you
that as
Why
an
are you
to
example.
point me to something empirical that demonstrates your proposition of sex and gender being the same thing. You have not
They
shown
are
us
the same
anything
thing.
empirical.
You have
According
not
to
proven, Kelly, that they are the same thing, or I can literally lead you to my workplace, my ex-workplace that I have spent over a decade at with my degree.
Can we please just agree to disagree?
I want your answer. What backs up that sex and gender are the same thing? That
They
isn't
just are. I don't have an
thing.
answer. I don't have an answer except that they just are.
Okay,
I
so they
want
are because they
research
are.
help.
Well, I have and you're not going to believe me when I say this, but I have an incredible counter argument to that. What if I told you that my position is they're different because they're different? Holy shit, I just refuted your entire line of reasoning. Point proven.
Guys, blown.
We're not going to agree. We're going around in circles.
Yeah, but I think look,
Because you're
and
arguing
this isn't even just
medical
specific to this issue,
professional.
okay? This isn't even specific to this issue. I think that Kelly, what you need to do is I mean, I guess I can't make you, but you ought to have more of an open mind when it comes to this kind of stuff. You have been proven wrong time and time again. We've explained to you why your worldview is logically impossible, and yet you still refuse to change your mind. I think that rather than being stubborn and set in your ways, you should realize that maybe sometimes you're wrong about stuff and that it might be beneficial to you and everybody around you to revise your positions over time. This is what I've done. Hell, I used to believe that sex and gender are the same thing. I used to believe that racism was solved after the civil rights era. I used to believe all of that stuff. But guess what? When I was presented with counter evidence, I didn't just stick to my positions for the sake of sticking to my positions. Slowly over time, I saw counter evidence to my wrong beliefs, and I revised my positions based on empirical evidence. And that's how I came to the point where I am today.
I will never think like you. If that's what you want from me, it's not going to happen.
We're not saying
All
this
we
thing.
want is
I didn't come
intellectual
on here
honesty.
to change my mind.
Look, you
We're
don't
not
have to change
saying
your
to
mind
change
right
your
now.
mind. We're saying to
You don't
change
have
your
to change your
action.
mind overnight, right? But I just want you to be
Educate
more
yourself.
open. I just want you to be more open to certain ideas. Consider the possibility that maybe you're wrong. It's good to question yourself. It doesn't mean you have to change your position overnight or you have to agree with me 100%. It's fine if you don't agree with me 100%, but I think that there is a legitimate reason for you to question your own positions. I think it is perfectly valid for me to simply ask you to not change your positions overnight, but to simply question, why do you believe the things you believe? Where does this line of reasoning come from? Are you wrong about stuff? Right? I ask myself these questions all the time. And I think that that is a healthy, but you're not. You're saying that you're not willing to question yourself.
You're not.
I think
You're 100%
all you need to do, and you don't have to do
educate
this on
yourself.
stream. You don't have to do this on stream while you're being put on the spot, right? But after stream, when you're done with the interview, all I want from you is to simply question yourself, your beliefs. Consider that maybe this Femyoz person is right about at least some of the stuff that she said, right? That's all I want. I don't want you to, believe whatever I say because I said it. I just want you to be able to come to conclusions based on facts, logic, and reasoning. That's all I want.
Not everything is political based. Medicine isn't. I can tell you, as a medical professional, somebody who worked that, who has a degree in it, literally stop making everything political. Stop calling everybody a libtard. It's
Yeah,
not
everything is
always about politics.
Correct. You have to keep
You
in
need
mind that
to-
politics is a framework, or I guess more of like a lens through which framework is created and used, right? But not everything that can be viewed through a political lens is necessarily inherently political. It could be the case that trans people are politicized, but that doesn't mean that transness in of itself is inherently political. People make it political, but it doesn't have to be that way.
All I'm going to say is that we should agree to disagree because we are going around in circles.
Hold on.
Kelly,
I'm not
we're
saying you have to
lost.
agree with me. All I am saying is that you should think about my position, right? I've thought about yours in the past. I've genuinely considered it. And the reason I ask you hard-hitting questions is because those questions, me not being able to answer them, was one of the reasons I changed my worldview, right? Now, if you were able to answer the questions at a meaningful capacity that somehow debunks my worldview, then I would be reconsidering my position right now. But you did not do that. So again, all I ask of you is not to agree with me, but to simply consider my perspective. Genuinely, just be intellectually honest. That's all I want from you.
Fine.
That's literally
Okay.
all we ask, is to
Yeah.
have you educate yourself,
Yeah.
not just as a conservative, but as
Yeah.
an actual human being who wants to learn.
Yeah.
It's why I went into the medical field,
yeah.
is because I'm tired of ignorant people just assuming. You know what people say about assuming? It makes an ass out of you and me, boo-boo.
Yeah.
You
I
need
think
to learn. It's
Yeah.
literally,
Well-
doctors do it every day.
Yeah,
we
I
did
think
it
that
through
learning.
COVID.
Yeah, I think that learning is an important skill to be able to use. Like, once you're an adult, you don't stop learning. I think that, if you're really a changed person like you claim you are, surely you had to learn. You had to be open to certain stuff, right? All I ask is that you do that again, right? If you're willing to open your mind in a way that allows you to change your perspective on some things, why not do it for everything, right? You would agree that you changing made you a better person, right? So that doesn't mean that you have to change everything about yourself. All it means is you have to be willing to use that same line of reasoning and consider that maybe these outcomes, these ideas are better. Maybe they're not. Maybe my ideas are terrible. You never know until you think about it and give it some genuine thought, right?
Instead of fucking around and
after the live stream is over. How about that?
What?
I said I'll think more about it when the live stream is over.
Perfect. That's all I ask. That's all I ask. I don't expect you to change your mind overnight. Just think about it when the live stream is over.
Okay.
On that note, McGieuser, is there anything else that you wanted to say or ask?
Literally just educate yourself. Talk
Yeah.
to the people who have tried.
Right.
Literally, if you're less hostile, less likely to call your mom to yell at people for you.
That was 4
And be
years
civil.
ago.
No. It has been recent.
No, it
Let me
hasn't.
continue, please. Please let me continue. Don't be rude. I know you have autism, so do I. I have manners. Learn. Reach out to the people who have tried to educate you before you pissed them off. And learn. Does not hurt to have other people who aren't conservative or Republican, anything, in
It's
your
just-
corner.
It's not just about conservative or Republican. I don't
Kelly,
need people to keep telling me
Kelly.
how to think.
Well,
There
it's
is
not
a
people
difference.
telling you how to think. It's people trying to get you to, I guess, think of
There's a
things in
difference between-
to be able to, like, it's not me saying you must think this way, right? All I am trying to get
It's
you
not.
to do is think about your existing positions and other people's
Think about your
positions, and just to
actions.
be intellectually honest, right? That's all I'm really asking. And you agreed to it, right? So, after stream, we don't have to harp on. Like you said, you're willing to think about it, and I'll take your word for it. Whether or not you do, that's up to you. That being said, if you end up thinking about, the possibility that maybe you're wrong about this, then I can respect that, regardless of our differences. The only other thing that I really wanted to touch on, right? And this could or couldn't be accurate, but to me it seems like one of the main reasons you've switched to conservatism is, and correct me if I'm wrong here, you feel like conservatives are going to be more accepting of you in terms of how you think, in terms of your positions, etc., than
Exactly.
left-wingers. Okay,
That's exactly the reason.
So the reason that there's an issue with this, right, is that's not how you arrive at truth, right? There are plenty of people that, have wrong opinions about stuff that are way more accepting of me than people that have more correct opinions, right? But that's not how I base truth, right? Like, there are a lot, let me just tell you, there are so many leftists that fucking despise me because I'll say the R slur as a joke. Now, granted, I'm autistic, right? But there are leftists that despise me because I'm an edgelord, right? But that doesn't deter me from being intellectually honest. I'm still a leftist, not because I want to have leftism as my aesthetic. In fact, I was very opposed to labeling myself as that for the longest time until I realized, okay, every single position I have for the most part is more left-leaning, right? So it's like, I want to accurately represent myself. I'm not going to lie and say I'm centrist anymore, right? But I used to be conservative in my teen years simply because I thought, oh, well, conservatives are based and they care about free speech and, they love edgy humor. But all of that is a facade that hides the underlying ideology. You can be an edgy, leftist that says the N-word for all I care. Now granted, I don't endorse saying the N-word, right? But that's possible. Like, that's not logically impossible, right? You can advocate for socialism. You can be in favor of trans rights and addressing systemic racism while also making the edgiest jokes known to mankind. Will you get canceled by people that are on the left? Sure, maybe. I know that I have, right? I've had other leftists say, Femyoz is irresponsible with her platform. I've been called a Nazi white supremacist because of the way I conduct myself, because I'm edgy, right? But that doesn't deter me from having correct positions, because the correctness of the actual ideology isn't contingent upon these lunch table politics or who does or doesn't accept me. I just wish more people understood that
Okay.
it's not a matter of who accepts you that determines the correctness of their arguments. And I think I have been very reasonable with you, right? Like, you agree that, like, I haven't been mean to you. I've been fairly reasonable, right? Like, I've been respectful, right?
I agree with that.
Yeah. So, like, maybe what you need is you just need to find, you know, the right types of leftists, people that are in favor of rehabilitative justice, right? People that are in favor of allowing people to change over time, right? Like, I'm somebody that has always been opposed to other leftists that say once a Nazi, always a Nazi. Shit like that. That's fucked up. All you're gonna do is maintain. You're just gonna push them away from the left, maintain harmful worldviews, etc. When you could just say, hey, you know, we think that these beliefs are harmful, but that doesn't mean that we think you're forever gonna be this evil Nazi piece of shit, right? Like, we believe people can change and people can reform themselves if they put in the genuine effort, right? If they're open to it. Hell, I've spoken to Nazis before, and me simply speaking to them like they're another human being, despite how despicable I think their worldview is, has helped them, well, get out of their echo chamber. Maybe I can do the same for you. Maybe I can't. But
there is a book that I have read that, as you know, you've said, literally, it was a white supremacist, white Nazi, who changed their worldview because of the sheer fact that they were dicks to people. They sat down and talked to rapists, murderers, people, and that is what I did at my work. Yeah. Literally sat down and talked to people. I have met Republicans who are 60 who fought the world wars. Literally, sit down, don't be a fucking dick.
Yeah, I think something you'll come to find when it comes to things like just conservatism, right-wing ideology. I'm not saying you're a Nazi, by the way, right? I'm using it as an extreme example. If somebody is a Nazi, the reason they're a Nazi is very similar to what you just described, Kelly. Again, you're not a Nazi. I don't think that about you. But the whole concept of them retaining that ideology is because the only people that they feel will ever accept them is other Nazis. So they may as well just be a Nazi because everybody else hates them, will view them as a Nazi forever, etc. But this is a sunk cost fallacy. It doesn't have to be that way. There are so many people on the left that are in favor of reformative justice. And I think that there's something valuable about that. And maybe it's just something to consider, right? You can have correct opinions while being disliked by other people that have the same correct opinions. Do you agree with that?
Okay.
It's just all about education, treating people as equals. Don't talk to lowered, like, treat them with respect. You will get respect if you do not be a dick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to wrap this up because I know there's like at least one other person, if not more, that want to ask questions. So thank you for coming on, McGieuser, and have a nice day.
Yeah. I will try my best. As I said, I got Can't You Come staff stuff to do, so.
All right.
Which is always fun time. You too.
All right. Well, all right. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah. Bye. Bye-bye.
All right. I think that went well. But yeah, I think I've given you some stuff to think about. Now it seems like there's another person that just wants to talk about some stuff with you. So I'm going to add them as well. And Rainboroth, if you're still watching the stream, I've added you. Hello, Rainboroth.
Hello.
What would you like to talk about?
A few things. Just can I get a real recap for the last 5 minutes because my internet kept dying?
Yeah, so I basically got her to like I got Kelly to agree that like maybe she should reconsider some of her positions, especially when it comes to like trans people. She's going to genuinely consider her current beliefs and why she believes them and alternative beliefs, and just open to the possibility of alternative beliefs being correct. And I also basically just talked about the fact that like whether or not you like a certain group of political people is going to accept you is not what determines the correctness of their positions, right? Like I think that like
Right.
that's not what you should base your opinions off of. I sort of explained that, and it seems like she's on board with it. She hasn't really disagreed with anything I've said in that regard.
All right.
Unless I'm missing
sounds
something, I don't want to like put words in your mouth.
All right. Let me quickly introduce myself a little because I'm not familiar with Kelly. I don't know about her history. The
Yeah.
things I am familiar with is the cosplay community. I've been cosplaying since 2010. And eating disorder related things, a little bit of PCOS. So I was trying to circle a bit back to that, if that's all right.
I'm fine with that, Kelly.
Yes.
So you mentioned eating disorders. Is it too much to ask if you are of that?
Well, COVID didn't help. I remember when I was anorexic and I was gonna be 20 at the time. I was 19 and I started binging until I got full because I was so sick of starving all the time. And then, COVID happened and I gained even more weight. I started out when I was 21 going on my first diet. Again, COVID happened and I just gained more weight.
Right. So, and did you get treatment?
No, I don't think so.
Right. So, being familiar with this disorder myself, and while I know no two eating disorders are the same, I feel like it probably still affects you, if I'm right, to a
Well,
degree.
yeah, in some ways.
Yeah. It's like these like I'm going to try and recap what have observed, and you can tell me anytime if I'm wrong on it or anything. That the way eating disorders work, that this is the thing that you have control over, the thing that makes you determine to yourself if you're successful with something because nothing else seems to be going right. And then you see everybody else doing this so easily, or like you're asking, what am I doing wrong? And then you are in a successful starving streak, and then a binge happens, and it's just frustration.
Yes,
Pure
that is exactly what I have.
self-hate.
That is
Yes, ma'am.
exactly what I have experienced.
And I'm wondering if maybe some of this because of this warped self-image and this broken relationship with food and weight, and sometimes maybe trickles over to other people, because I know eating disorders are so life consuming. They really change the way you think, the way you look at things, at life, at yourself, and at other people.
Well, yes, there are some days I wish I could wake up and I wish that there was a wish that could come true if I could just pray to God and say, I wish I never gained 80 pounds in a year and I would wake up in the body I had before I started binging. I definitely think that sometimes.
I feel that. It's this insane body dysmorphia too, right? This
Yeah,
like you know what you look like, or you want to look like, or what you used to look like, and what you're seeing is not lining up in the mirror with what you want, right?
exactly.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a soul destroying feeling, and I can see that probably you're still suffering a little unhappy with yourself.
Yes, I've been a little depressed in the past couple of days.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
So I hope that one day maybe you can get recovery for that, because it's
I'm
a
I'm
lonely road.
actually been going to therapy for almost 3 weeks now.
That's
Well,
good.
that's a good
That's
start.
good.
Therapy is always a
And
good start.
I agree.
it is.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. Going to the mirror image again, I don't necessarily want to use this as a segue for the trans thing because this has been discussed to death now, but do you
Yeah.
see a bit of similarities with the looking in the mirror and not seeing what you want to see?
Well, I was actually brainwashed by Democrats. I used to think I was gender fluid, but really, I found out because of Deborah So, from a deleted post, that it's actually very common for autistic people to have a gender identity issue, and they feel like they're both genders sometimes. So, I remember in 2021 of the spring, I cut all my hair off. As you can see, it's grown back now, and I started dressing more like a lesbian. And then I realized, well, there are times when I still want to be a girl. There's sometimes when I still have this feeling sometimes like I want to dress like a dyke. I want to cut all my hair off, even though I'm never doing it again.
Well, it
Right.
seems like you have like this sort of cognitive dissonance, right? If I'm not mistaken, it seems like you want to do one thing, but like you're repressing it to avoid it. I don't know if that's healthy. I don't think it is. Now it is the case that I forgot which way around it is. I forgot if it's autistic people are more likely to be trans or vice versa. But if you're born with if you're already born with like a neurodivergency, like it's going to be the case that like your brain is going to be like structured differently from that of the average person. So it does make sense. Like that doesn't like that doesn't invalidate like a trans person. Like whether or not they're autistic or not doesn't really have any bearing on the validity of their identity, right? It just means that like your brain operates a little bit differently, and that's okay. I know my brain operates differently, right? Like I'm trans and I'm autistic. But me being autistic doesn't negate my transness. In fact, like it doesn't hinder my ability to make that decision. In fact, if anything, it's the opposite. I have what I like to call, this is not me trying to brag in any way, but I have what I like to call the smart kind of autism, where basically, yeah, I'm autistic, but it allows me to view the world through a lens that's less distorted. It allows me to view things in a more objective sense, less pressured by society and societal standards, right? Because I don't take those into account as much, right? Because of the way my brain is structured. Again, this isn't all autistic people, right? But they're people at the end of the day, and I don't think that autism negates their autonomy as people. Right?
I agree, and I would even make the argument and say that you're more higher functioning than me. I still view myself as this retarded freak show, for lack of a better phrase.
Well, I think that rather than viewing yourself that way, I think it's better to understand that, yeah, like you have at least some level of autonomy as an individual person. You have the ability to make at least some decisions for yourself. Now, I don't know your exact situation. I don't know how high functioning you are. I don't know where on the spectrum you are. You know, and like, it's not to say that autism doesn't affect me or my ability to do stuff, right? Like I have a serious executive functioning problem. That could just be ADHD, because I also have ADHD, right? And there's like a heavy association between that and executive dysfunction. But that being said, right, like I struggle with certain things because of my neurodivergence, but that doesn't make me stupider, right? That doesn't make me a dumb person. It just means like, yeah, there's some stuff I struggle with. And there's some times where it's like, yeah, it gives me an advantage in this area. For instance, understanding myself, understanding my gender identity. If anything, autism is an advantage in being able to do that, because I don't feel the need to just conform to whatever society tells me to. It's the opposite.
I kind of disagree. I'm kind of the person that's like, I've learned the hard way that if I want to fit in with other people who are, in my own words, able-bodied, then I really have to do my best to be like them.
Why?
If I want to be accepted. Because I've been severely autistic my entire life.
But
I have
why is it bad to be different? Why is it not okay to be different? Why can't you just be yourself, be different? Why do you need to conform to what other people have decided for you? is better. Why should you do that? Why should you limit yourself that way when you could be so much happier by just doing whatever the hell you want so long as it's not hurting anybody?
It got me bullied in 4th and 5th grade. It got me bullied in middle school.
Who do you think is in the right there? You or the bullies?
The bullies.
No,
The bullies
wrong.
are in the right.
Wrong. Like, unless they were bullying you for, like, the pedo shit, which obviously they wouldn't have been able to because it was before then. Like, if they were bullying you for being different, that's fucked up. They're in the wrong for that, right? Like, there's no logical reason for them to do that, right? Why would the bullies be in the right? Why would you want to become the type of person that caused you so much distress? Because I think that that's the underlying issue, is you were bullied as a child, so you now believe that the only way for you to not get bullied is to become like the bullies, but that's not true. I'm not like your bullies, and I don't really get bullied much. I mean, sure, there are some times where like people might say mean things to me on the internet, but that's just part of being a public figure, right? I don't get bullied even though I'm different, right? Part of it is because I don't let it get to me, and part of it is because, well, people my age are more mature, right? I'm 19. I'm not in elementary school. I probably would have gotten severely bullied if I presented the way I do now back in elementary school. But when people grow up, they have a more correct worldview most of the time. They understand why bullying is harmful.
I've been having this mindset recently where I need to be the person who would be the opposite of being bullied.
Why?
Because I don't want to be the type of person who would be bullied for being different.
But people already do that no matter what. You're different no matter what. And that's not a bad thing. It's okay to be different. No matter what you do on the internet, you're going to have detractors. You're going to have people that want to bully you, whatever. But all you can do in that situation is just not let it get to you and just do whatever the fuck you want. By basing your entire personality and how you operate off of what bullies want you to do, why the fuck does their opinion matter? Why is that worth more consideration?
I don't have an answer for you. I don't know how to answer.
Okay. Do you think that Neoncaffeine is a bully?
She can be.
So he can be in your opinion. Now, I disagree with that, but let's say that he is, okay? Just for the sake of argument. Why is it then that you would go out of your way to say, for instance, gender him incorrectly? Surely if you just do whatever the quote-unquote bullies want, wouldn't you want to do whatever Neoncaffeine tells you to, since he's the big bad bully that made 4 videos on you? Or
she made videos on me because I put myself out there. I was the Christian of cosplay. As bad as I didn't want to be that, I did it to myself.
No, the reason she made a video, or he made a video, sorry, when you say the wrong pronouns, it fucks me up mentally, because I think we're talking about somebody completely different. When he made the videos on you, the reason he made those videos is because you were transphobic, racist, you were doing you were sexually harassing minors. You were doing all this fucked up shit. That's why he made those videos. He didn't do it to, because you're different. That's not why he made those videos. If you had just been like kind of cringe or whatever, and you had been whatever, socially unaware to some extent, and that was the extent of it, he wouldn't have made those videos on you. Do you know why he?
Before.
But do you know why he made those videos on you? Do you understand that if you want to conform to what your perceived bullies have said, then surely you would just want to conform to the actual underlying criticisms that caused Mango to not like you in the first place? He doesn't care if you're cringe. That's just the cherry on top. He doesn't care if you're overweight or autistic. He doesn't care about any of that. He cares that you're transphobic. He cares that you're racist. He cares
that... But I'm not transphobic just because...
You misgender him. You
that
misgender him.
doesn't
That's
make
very
me
transphobic. Yes, it does.
Correctly
Not to mention the
I
fact,
disagree
not
with
to
that.
mention the fact
Correctly
that you
gendering
have
someone is
sexually
not
harassed
transphobic.
minors. You
I'm not
sexually
transphobic.
harassing minors, being transphobic,
but
misgendering
transphobia
trans
is
people.
not- Okay, but
the problems he has with you,
according
the
to
problems
woke
he
trans
has with you,
people-
the problem he has with you is that you misgender trans people, that you have said very racist things multiple times without apologizing for that, the fact that you have acted very sexually towards minors and admitting that you sent them nudes, the fact that you have admitted to having sexual feelings for your dad. Those are the things that he criticized you for. He doesn't care that you're different or autistic. That's not what he wants you to change. And I wish you understood that.
Well, first of all, I'm not transphobic just because I don't use someone's preferred pronouns.
What do you think transphobia means?
Well, according to you, transphobia is telling the truth and not using someone's preferred pronouns. I think what transphobia...
Once again, what do you think pronouns refer to? When I refer to Mango with he, him pronouns, what do you think I'm referring to? Do you think I'm referring to A, his biological sex, or B, his gender identity, which I define as something else? Hold on, if you define something differently, if you mean something different when you say gender, that doesn't automatically negate the actual message of what I'm saying. There could be an entirely different word to describe what I'm describing when I say gender. It could be glorp blorp, okay? That doesn't negate the truth of it. If I define glorp blorp as the way people categorize each other and themselves in society in terms of the masculine and feminine archetypes in society, whether it be based on pronouns, whether or not somebody's a man or a woman, and I define that as not being contingent upon biology, there is nothing dishonest or untruthful about that. So it's not that you're saying the truth, it's that you are misgendering trans people. What do you think transphobia is?
Out of malicious. Well, before you interrupted me, I was about to say transphobia, according to you and others, is telling basic truths. Like,
no, it's not telling basic truths. And even if I will grant you I will grant you as much charitability as I possibly can here and say that you are trying to refer to the truth of somebody's biological sex when you use the wrong pronouns. Am I correct in that? Is that your position here?
Well, it doesn't matter how many times you
that's going to be a yes. I will take that as a yes. That is a pretty charitable interpretation of your position. You're referring to biological sex. However, I don't think that there's any social utility in you doing so. I don't think that pronouns being entirely contingent upon somebody's biological sex serves social utility. For starters, it just confuses the shit out of me. If you use he, him pronouns to describe Blair White, well, you're not you are referring to you're referring to a biological construct, right? You're referring to some biological truth if you say that Blair White is a he, him. However, that doesn't serve any social utility. Similarly, if we're talking about a trans person, whether it be Mango, and first of all, if we're using two different pronouns, right, that confuses the shit out of me. I feel like we're talking about somebody entirely different. When you say she, her, in my mind, I'm thinking about somebody entirely different from Mango. In my mind, we're just talking about some random girl now, right? And now maybe that's an attention span thing. That's a me issue in some aspects. However, I think that there's no utility in choosing to use the pronouns that cause more negative outcomes, right?
Well,
all you're doing is you're not being less truthful if you use somebody's preferred pronouns. You're not being less truthful.
With that.
You're not being less truthful if you refer to Blair White with she, her pronouns. All you are really referring to is the socially constructed archetype that she would like to fulfill. That is it. That's all you're referring to when you say she, her. You're not lying about her biological sex. You can acknowledge that she was born biologically male while also acknowledging that, yeah, she's a woman. These aren't mutually exclusive.
I'm going to have to disagree.
Once again, like, I know we keep getting caught up on the whole trans discourse. You already agreed that you're gonna, you're probably gonna rewatch the VOD. You already agreed to genuinely consider what I'm saying, so we don't need to harp on it too much, right?
Okay.
Rainboroth,
like
is there anything
to-
else you'd like to say?
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt this whole
Of
thing.
course.
I just want to do like circle back to a few things. So, Kelly, you mentioned you used to be gender fluid. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I thought I was.
BRB, I'm gonna
Right.
do a sound. Keep talking.
Oh, right. What made you change, or not necessarily change? Rather, forget that question. What I'm thinking is going on is at some point you discovered for yourself that maybe you prefer a more feminine woman appearance or gender
Yes.
role. I
I
can
got
see
sick of
that.
having short hair.
Yes, I can see you did yourself really pretty. You're wearing nice clothes. You
Thank
made sure
you.
that the light is very, very right. So maybe your self-image is very important to you. Is that about right? The way you
It
come
sounds about
across.
right. Yes.
Are you success-driven?
Yes, that's true too.
Right. So somewhere along the line listen, it's not a bad thing to go like, maybe I'm gender fluid now, and then later you discover, no, I'm actually fine being a woman. There's nothing wrong with that. Everybody, sometimes people question themselves and then they come to a conclusive answer, and maybe they circle right back to where they start, or they go and like, okay, this is the totally other side. And I think that's absolutely fine and fantastic. People need to be able to like figure this out for themselves. But I feel like somewhere along the line you learn to resent your former self, and by extension other people who seem to be flourishing in a different gender role than you, because you had a hard time maybe with it, and because you want to be successful, you don't want to be bullied, you care a lot about how you look and what other people think about you. I feel like that you've kind of adopted this shell of hatred for yourself, and kind of a little bit projecting towards people that are maybe not exactly the classical norm, or people that in convention wouldn't get picked on.
Well, I remember when I decided to grow my hair out, I felt like that, and I took it personal when I felt like my mom didn't accept me when I was identifying with it, because she would say things to me like, you were such a girly girl, so what's going on? What's with this look that you're doing? So that eventually got to me, and I felt like maybe it was wrong for me to dress like a lesbian and look like a lesbian. So I decided one night, I'm going back to girls' clothes. I'm going to wear a wig until my hair fully grows out. And I've been like this ever since.
So-
your mom also kind of bullied you a
No,
little
my
bit?
mom didn't bully me. I think, and another thing she said to me is that you have autism, which is making you think you are this way, but you're actually not.
Do you think it
Right.
could be the case that your mom is wrong?
I think she was right.
Okay, but do you think that it's possible that she was wrong?
Well, at the time I thought she might have been wrong.
Okay, do you currently think it's possible that she was wrong? Like, do you think it is logically impossible that she was wrong in that scenario? Or do you sort of just presuppose that she is definitively correct and that there's no room for interpretation or reconsideration?
Well, honestly, I'm much happier looking the way I look now.
Okay, and if you're genuinely happier looking the way you do now, that's fine. Nobody is saying you have to go back to being gender fluid, right? But it seems to be the case that the reason you went back was because your mom pressured you. I don't think that that's a good enough reason. Now, if you yourself genuinely would just rather present more femininely, more power to you, right? Like, I'm not going to say otherwise, right? Do whatever makes you happy. But I think that needs to come from you internally, not your mom, not what the outside world tells you is acceptable, but based on you and what you find personally brings you the most happiness.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not, like, again, I can't read your mind. I don't know what the reasoning behind you not being gender fluid anymore is. I'm not going to say, oh yeah, you ought to be gender fluid, right? That'd be fucking stupid, right? That's up to you to decide, but I think it's something to think about.
Okay.
I remember my mom saying to me things like, "Oh, when you're gonna start getting into makeup?" Having the same girly expectations of me too. And eventually she just let it go. She doesn't expect me to do anything girly. I just do whatever the hell I want. And I will say that sometimes doing the things you want and being who you want to be is probably one of the hardest things in this world. Because if you stay true to something, you have your stance, whatever it is, your personality, your ideology, there will be people that will challenge that view. And it's not always a bad thing to consider what other people are saying. Like, you considered what your mom thinks of you, what your bullies think of you, even though you shouldn't, but you did. And this is hard. Going through life and trying to protect the most important, precious thing to you, which is probably yourself, which is fine. And then having this bombardment of people who like contrast against you so hard. And then it quickly turns into resentment. And then it clashes and it goes hatred against both sides, against each other.
I agree. When you are told something about yourself, and when people say something bad about you, eventually you start to believe that about yourself.
Yeah, which is really, really sad. Human minds are impressionable, but they're also very capable of learning, especially learning that what some people are saying is bullshit about you. Like, if you say you look ugly or something, maybe that's not even true in the first place. Maybe you don't fit in, and at the same time, we can't keep going this hate train going. Can't keep it going. Like, oh, I don't look like this, but I'm going to try my damnedest to be the perfect person to fit into this norm, the unhurtable position, my safety blanket, and therefore everyone needs to do the same thing, or it's their fault if they get hate, right? Instead of being like, hey, stop this. Where's this coming from? You're being mean for the reason of being mean.
I
So
can see that.
yeah, like somebody bullies somebody usually because they're unhappy with themselves or something in their life, right? So whatever you were bullied for, I'm pretty damn sure it had really nothing to do with who you are. They just picked you, which is unfortunate.
Okay.
Be open to change. Be open to explore yourself. I'm guessing you're on the younger side, like early 20s or something?
Oh, I'm actually 27, but I'll
Oh.
take it as a compliment that you thought I was younger. I get that a lot.
All right, then.
It also looks like there's some other people that want to call.
Right, I'm
so
sorry.
Just keep
Yes.
No, no worries. We can keep going.
I'll back it
If
up.
you want.
Oh,
But yeah, just
it's getting late
but guys,
for me.
just yeah, well, it seems like hold on, I'm just gonna accept some DMs. There have been people that have been waiting a really long time, and they just have
Right.
genuine questions. Again,
I-
I'll keep it shorter if need be. But there's only a couple more people left. I don't want to keep you up
Right.
all night, so yeah. Rainboroth, I'm gonna remove you from the group. Thank you for coming on, and have a nice day.
Right. May I quickly, or
Yeah, just say whatever closing
Sure.
thought.
is that what I want to say is that the last thing to wrap it up is that maybe be a bit more open-minded with people who are maybe not like you. It's
Okay.
okay, we're different, and we all
Okay.
deserve
That's
to live
sentiment.
and share this earth.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for
I'm-
coming
I'm
on,
good.
and have a nice day.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
All
You
right.
too.
See ya. All right.
I
Who asked me
I really can't do anymore. I really appreciate the curiosity from people, but it's getting late and I really
Alright.
have to go to bed soon. But thank you for having me.
All right. Yeah, thank you for coming on. Would you be willing to like come on for like a part 2 to this or something like that?
Yeah, sounds
where
good.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so to all the people that we didn't get to, we're probably going to do like another part to this. And yeah, anything, is there any like closing statements you'd like to make? Closing
I
thoughts?
think I've said everything I've had to say.
All right. Well, thank you for coming on and have a nice day.
Oh, okay.
That was interesting. Boy. Part 2 is going to be crazy. Hell yeah. That was a very interesting interview. That at the start it went about how I expected. I don't know. I feel like it got very, I don't know if I'd say depressing. In terms of like talking about like getting bullied in the past and stuff. It's like, you know, it's all fun and games for a while, but then it's like, damn, that's actually kind of sad. I feel bad, you know? I don't know. Maybe that's just me and my empathy having capabilities. But regardless of how you feel about the way that went, if you could smash like I know that there are a few of you, in fact, quite a few of you that haven't smashed like that are currently watching this. 14 likes and 17 concurrence, and the concurrence was higher before. I know that we could get like what, at least 20 likes, at least 17. I see you. I know who you are. That you haven't smashed like. What's going on here? But yeah, I gotcha. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the interview. I thought it was entertaining. What did you guys think? What did you guys think? I've not smashed it, but I've got to go to bed soon. Well, smash it before you go to bed. You haven't smashed the like button. What are you doing? You better smash that like button. I'm just saying. You know, I just provided some of the best entertainment in this epic live stream. So yeah. It was basically everything she's repeated before. Yeah, I guess. I mean that was part of it. Like she said a lot of the things I expected her to say. In terms of like the whatever, the trans debate or whatever, I think I handled that fairly well. Like I'm a debate nerd, so that obviously is something that would probably be new to a lot of the people watching. She's gonna do it again. She's not gonna listen. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Ultimately, what makes a lol cow, you know, not saying she is or isn't one, you know, I'll leave that up to you guys to decide. But what makes a lol cow is an unwillingness to learn and change for the better. So, you know, if she changes for the better and changes her positions and does some actual growing, then yeah, I'm inclined to believe that she's not a lol cow. If she holds the same positions for indefinitely, I'm going to be more inclined to believe that she's a lol cow. The scientific method, even a 10-year-old knows that, doesn't even know what the scientific method is. That was interesting. We got some good moments like that that I found really entertaining. It's like, come on, you should probably know what the scientific method is. You're in your late 20s. She thinks it's not transphobic to misgender people. Yeah, I can't wrap my head around that. That's why I asked her to define what she thinks transphobia is. That's like saying it's not racist to call random black people the N-word. Though maybe that's a bullet she'd be willing to bite. I genuinely don't know. Doesn't even know what science is? Yeah. Then probably pull a yandere dev apology. Yeah, if she apologizes, she needs to have fake tears, like add like the singular tear the way Laura Lee did between cuts. She needs to play the ukulele. She needs to start with the words, "I have made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment, and I do not expect to be forgiven." I think that all of those are fundamental to making the greatest apology of all time on the platform called YouTube. One of my closest relatives who is still alive was 10 years old when Emmett what's their face? Emmett Till was killed. She's 78 now. Damn. Mistakes were made, yeah. For real. Truly the huge mistakes. Toxic Gossip Train. Ocarina cover by Kelly. Let's go. IDK how hard it is to respect somebody's pronouns. Yeah, I feel like it's more difficult to not respect them. Like whenever she would like misgender Mango, it's like that would throw me for a loop almost. Like I thought we were talking about a different person. I was like, wait, she, her, wait, who the fuck are we talking about? So is she like this like other person? Like I don't know. It would throw me for a loop. It's like I don't know how somebody doesn't just correctly gender somebody. It's like I don't know. I feel like she has to make like an active effort to misgender him because like when you're having a conversation with somebody, regardless of whether they're gendering somebody correctly or incorrectly, you're going to be more likely to just use whatever pronouns the other person is using, right? Like whenever she would misgender Mango, it was like difficult for me to like not just go with whatever pronouns she was using for him, right? Because it's like that's just how people talk, is like they use the same pronouns as other people. So it's like it's clear that she was like making an active effort to misgender him, because like I was using the correct pronouns, but she wasn't. So yeah, that was weird. I don't know why. Whenever someone asks me what my pronouns are, I think that's a really respectful thing. Don't personally care what pronouns people use with me, just be respectful. Yeah, no, I'm in a similar boat. I mean, I prefer she, her, but like I don't really care that much. My mom always said, if you have nothing nice to say, then don't say it. Yeah, I for the most part agree with that sentiment. I mean, I think that there's sometimes like where it's like, okay, but like if there's like a funny thing you can say that's not very nice to like a terrible person, I think that that's justifiable. But my work just incorporated that into our team's messaging system, which is actually pretty cool. Hell yeah. That sounds based. Very based. Yeah, but I think that generally that the interview went well. I think that we had a lot of fun. And yeah. Hopefully you guys thought it was fun as well. Hopefully you guys got some entertainment out of it. Yeah, she's intentionally rude and hurtful to people. She told me to off myself because I have colored hair, tattoos, and piercings. Yeah, it sounds about right. And this is why it's hard for me to like... It gives me cognitive dissonance because it's like, on one hand, like, I just have empathy, right? So it's like, when she's like, oh, I used to be bullied and, oh, like, just talking about that shit. And, you know, it's like hard for me to not feel bad for her because it's like, okay, well, that's the underlying reason. But then it's like, I see that the shit she says and it's like, why would I feel bad for this person? Like, you admitted to sexting a minor while you were 22. You admitted to having a huge crush on a 14-year-old when you were 20. You admitted to having sexual feelings for your own father multiple times. You've said racist shit about Mexicans, about black people, etc. You've said extremely transphobic shit. You've said fatphobic shit. You've said every bad thing under the sun that could be said. And then I'm supposed to, like, feel bad, or I'm not supposed to feel bad. And it's like, what if I just have cognitive dissonance instead? What if I feel bad and don't feel bad at the same time? It's called Schrodinger's empathy, okay? That's what I call it. It's not hard to not use slurs. The problem I have with her isn't that she uses slurs. It's the way she uses them. I think that the problem is that she uses them derogatorily towards the targeted groups that those slurs are meant to be used to hurt, right? Like, I think it's one thing if you're like iDubbbz in the past, where it was like, he was like, oh, well, I just want to remove the power, so I'm going to say them in like a, whatever, like an absurdist comedy context, right? Where it's like, it doesn't mean anything, right? I think that's a lot different from what Auress has used them for, right? The shit she says stops me from having empathy from her. Yeah, it definitely doesn't help, right? Like, it makes it more difficult for me to take her seriously. Again, I hope that she grows and changes as a result of RVC. I feel like I was very charitable towards her throughout the entire duration. She should be glad she didn't get caught up into a pedo sting. Yeah, for sure. I do also have strong disgust for people who say racist things. No sympathy for that. Yeah, like, in that regard, I don't have very much empathy or even sympathy for her. Like, she said some fucked up shit. And, yeah, yeah, you're totally right. I really want to empathize with her as someone who's been bullied for being too weird, quote unquote. But the way she chooses to present herself makes it hard. Yeah, exactly. It's like, she obviously didn't have control over the fact that she was bullied, but she does have control over the fact that she can just not become the bully that hurt her, that hurts others as much as others hurt her. Like, I don't think that she needs to do that, right? Like, it'd be like justifying abuse by saying, well, I don't want to be abused. I was abused in the past. The only way for me to not be abused is to be the abuser. But that dichotomy doesn't exist. She uses slurs to offend people. Well, not just to offend people, but to offend the people that the slurs were made / designed to offend, right? Like, she won't just say the N-word to, like, own the libs or whatever. Like, she'll say it because it hurts the black person she's saying it to, which is, like, the worst possible scenario. Saying it to own the libs is, like, still shitty or whatever. You shouldn't do that, right? But, like, that's, yeah, saying slurs towards the targeted group of people deliberately because on the basis of them being a part of that targeted group in that context is like, there's like no justification. There's no context behind it that justifies it. All the context that's there is context that makes it worse, not better. I really fear that one day Kelly is going to rake her father. Chris Jan did it to his mother in 2021. Why do I feel like Kelly would commit incest on her father? She keeps having a crush on. Yeah, I mean, considering the things that she said about her father, like, I wouldn't, like, say it's logically impossible to say the very least. That's all I'm going to say on the matter. I'm not going to levy any accusations. Yeah, when I educated her on criticism, I didn't lose my cool. I would have had a convo to educate her on the R word. Yeah, and, like, as somebody that also has autism, like, I don't have a problem with people saying the R word in, like, an edgy, disaffected, like, oh, I'm just saying it because it's edgy, or I'm just saying it, like, as a substitute for stupid or idiot or whatever, right? Like, I personally, and you might disagree with me on that, and that's fine. But, like, personally, I don't have, like, an issue with that. I do have an issue when you deliberately target somebody that has, like, autism or Down syndrome or whatever, by calling them the R slur. That's where I have like an issue. Like, you shouldn't say that to somebody that would actually be affected by that. Like, it isn't okay for her to toss you under the bus and then to glaze over everything and ignore the issue by minimizing it. Yeah, I don't agree with her views at all, but I hope she can get better and learn. Yeah, me too. I mean, that's all I can really ask for, is for her to improve as a person. I had no idea who Chris Chan was until she called herself the Chris Chan of cosplay, and I saw everything. Yeah. What is it with every lolcow wanting to like distance themselves from being lolcows or lolcowdom? It's like they're always like, oh no, I'm not like the other lolcows. I'm not a lolcow, I swear. But then they do all the same things that make other lolcows into lolcows. And it's like, why do you believe you're categorically different or above? It's like they think they're better than lolcows. You know, personally, I'm not like a big proponent of lolcow culture, right? I'm not like a huge supporter of lolcow shit or whatever. Like, sometimes I think it's like, okay, it goes too far. It enables certain behavior that I don't condone or agree with, etc. But yeah, no, it's like, you as a lolcow perpetuate lolcowdom when you say that you're better than other lolcows. It's like, no, you're not. You might be different in some regards, but you're not better. There's no reason to believe that, you know, based on the evidence we've been presented, that you know, that she's any better. This was an unwanted rabbit hole. Yeah, I don't know. The Chris Chan rabbit hole goes deep. I will say it again, it's insane how she still goes to cons with this very fucked up ego, and how she still interacts with others. It's far worse than how I've seen anyone else interact. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. She hurts the neurodivergent community. She was really mean to her ex-friend who had autism. Yeah, that's why it's so difficult to empathize with her. Because it's like, oh, on one hand, she's like clearly autistic, right? That's not like a bad thing necessarily. But it's like the way she treats other autistic people who are like, whatever, more neurodivergent than her. It's like, that's fucked up. Like, at no point was I ever, you know, making fun of her as somebody that's like, whatever, lower functioning than I am, right? Like, I think that, like, and this isn't to like prop myself up or like bash her or anything. Like, there's nothing wrong with being lower functioning. But you would all agree that like I'm higher functioning than she is, right? Like, and at no point did I use that as like an own or like a, oh yeah, you're not worthy of moral consideration simply because I'm higher functioning than you. Like, that would be fucked up if I were to say that, right? Like, regardless of the fucked up things that she said, right? Like, I'm better than that. Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be like, oh, you're low functioning and I'm going to make fun of you for that, right? Because being low functioning isn't inherently a bad thing in terms of like who you are as a person. Like, that doesn't make you a worse person. That's not something you deserve to be made fun of for, right? Like, yeah, I could make fun of the way she talks. Yeah, I could make fun of a lot of things, right? But I don't. I'd rather make fun of her for her actions if I'm going to make fun of something. And I think that that's a perfectly acceptable thing. But yeah, I don't, it's insane how she hasn't banned from any of the big cons. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know too much about cosplay or cosplay culture, but yeah, it is interesting. And she said that it was all in the past, and yet she said and did another one of those last year. Yeah, that's what I don't understand about a lot of lolcows. They'll be like, oh, this is all in the past. I've changed. I'm different now. But then they do all the same things that they originally got criticized for. But then somehow it's different. Or, oh, you know, that's like, you know, that doesn't count or whatever. Make fun of her for her shit beliefs. Yeah, and I feel like that's what I've done. And she got mad over it. You know, I tried to not even do that too much. I think that it's valid to make fun of somebody for their harmful beliefs, though. I'm trying to figure out, how does Katsu ban people? Because it always feels like Katsu lets people do whatever they want, jumping into the fountains, shitting on the gazebo, roofies in people's drinks. Yeah, I don't know. Personally, I don't know much about that. Heard someone ran around the con naked in 2020, and also someone stole a wig and went swimming in it that year too. Yeah, like, again, I don't personally know what the you know, like what the specific I guess, like I don't specifically know too much about the actual con itself, but yeah, I don't know. I guess I can end this rant off on a very specific clip that I think is worth watching.
Does.
Is it true you liked your brother's 14-year-old friend?
Yeah. Well, he's 16 now, but I used to have a crush on him because
16 is still under the age in the United States, and you're 22.
I know. Well, he probably doesn't think of me as a girlfriend, but ever since he was 9, this is gonna sound really creepy.
This is gonna sound really creepy. Way to preface this. Also, you see this person in chat, Lyreoz, this individual?
He was 9.
So, Lyreoz, in her live chat says, that's not how it works. Just because you don't get caught doesn't mean you didn't do it. You want to know who that Lyreoz individual is? That Lyreoz individual is me. Yes, I am Lyreoz. I was there when a lot of this shit went down. Because Mango told me about it. He told me the lore. He told me the lore way back then. And you know, I can't say I've been invested ever since, right? Like I kind of forgot about Auress. But I mean, he recently made another video on Auress, and I decided, you know what? Maybe it's worth interviewing this individual, you know, seeing what she has to say in the free marketplace of ideas. And I think I gave her a fair chance. But yeah. Let's continue.
This is gonna sound really creepy. I felt like I loved him because he understood me. He really got me. And I could talk to him about anything.
Guys, it's okay to fuck minors as long as they understand you, apparently. Yeah, that's her actual argument. Incredible. Wow.
And that's why I was like, I'm gonna marry him someday.
Do you realize that is pedophilia?
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
that's pedophilia.
I know it
So she admits to being a pedo, just so we're clear.
sounds really weird.
Yes. Auress blatantly saying she's a pedo and admitting to having feelings for a 14-year-old when she was 20.
Yeah, so I just want to say, like, I don't think it's... I just don't want to downplay the severity of some of the things that have been said. Do I think that she can improve? I mean, I guess my non-answer that I'm going to give as an answer is, well, technically anybody can improve. Now, do I realistically think it's going to happen? I don't know. But again, it's going to take a lot. She's going to really have to demonstrate a lot of growth. Do I personally think she's going to improve? Look, I plead the fifth, okay? I don't want to miss an opportunity for another interview. So I'm going to remain as a neutral party on the topic. What is the channel so I can subscribe and watch the full video? Yeah, his channel is Neoncaffeine. He has 14.7k subscribers. He has an entire playlist on his channel talking about the AuressCosplay lore. Yeah, I think he does a fairly good job documenting everything. Yeah. Now, most of the videos are before he transitioned, so that's why he has like a high-pitched voice and whatnot. But yeah, he's a trans dude. And yeah, so this is from 2 years ago. Was like the second most recent, so well before he started testosterone. Sounds a lot different now. Like if you listen to his voice in this.
Classic Auress. That's why I feel like I don't have to say allegedly in these videos because she just admits to it. It's insane.
Yeah, so that's what his voice used to sound like.
It's all like, oh, I got canceled. Good morning, Mango Nation. If you've been subscribed for a while, you're already likely familiar with AuressCosplay and the reprehensible and outright illegal things she's done.
Yeah, so like he literally sounds like a dude. He looks like a dude in real life at this point. So like I don't understand the point of misgendering him. Like I don't hear his voice and think, yeah, that sounds like a woman. Yeah, that's what a woman sounds like. So like I don't know. I feel like there's no excuse from Auress. He seems cool. Yeah, go check him out. Subscribe to the Neoncaffeine YouTube channel. He is very based and red-pilled. But yeah, he is the sole reason that I even knew about Auress in the first place. Mom said you were streaming. Thought I'd say hi, lol. Hello, Mango. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, no, I just don't understand. Like, okay, it's one thing if you accidentally misgender, like a trans person, like before they transition. Has Auress come on yet? Oh yeah, she left like 20 minutes ago. Yeah, we did an entire interview. We did a transgender debate. And yeah, you missed it. But good news, Mango. Good news, Mango. Because she agreed to do a part 2 because we didn't get to everybody that wanted to talk to her. And apparently, you know, it was getting late. It was getting really close to her bedtime. And she doesn't want to upset her parents. Yeah, so that being said, you know, she had to go to bed because it's her bedtime. And yeah, so hopefully she comes on at another point. And yeah. But yeah, shout out to Mango / Neoncaffeine for bringing this to my attention. I believe that her mom is weird as fuck. Her mom DM'd me in the past. Yeah, somebody, and this never happened unfortunately, but somebody said that apparently her mom was likely to join the discussion. And, you know, I was totally open to that, you know, just more voices in the free marketplace of ideas. You know, I think that the more the merrier, you know, I think that, you know, the more people we have contributing to discourse, you know, the better, the merrier, you know, the more the merrier, you know. I think that, you know, if anything, not only would I be okay with it, but she should bring her parents into this, you know. Maybe we could do like a 3v3 debate. Have you been voice training? No, my voice just magically got higher coincidentally. Yeah, I've been voice training. But yeah, maybe it could be like a 3v3 debate where it's like her and both of her parents versus Mango, Neko, and you know, one other person, and I'll be the moderator. You know, I can fill in as the one other person if need be. Femyoz's voice is definitely more femme. I can tell. Holy shit, it's working. Let's go. Maybe Cherry. Yeah. Cherry. Yeah, Cherry would be a good one. You can come on the Fruitcast sometime. Hell yeah. I think that, you know, and like, my goal here is not to, you know, dogpile, AuressCosplay. You know, I'm just, you know, I just want, you know, all of the ideas that are out there to be expressed in the free marketplace of ideas. And, you know, I think I did a good job of that today. I think that, the interview went well. You know, I think that, you know, she cleared her name as well as she realistically could given the evidence. And, maybe not. We had some interesting discussions, and hey, there were points where it wasn't just like, you know, we weren't just like making fun of her. You know, we gave her some genuine advice. I think I gave her like a very heartfelt Femyoz rant. Did you know I'm getting top surgery in May? Based, let's go. W, congratulations. Hell yeah. Let me tell you, the one thing I enjoyed about being a guy, and I say guy in massive quotation marks, was being able to be shirtless. So, yeah, have fun with that. But I would still rather have titties. I just got progesterone starting yesterday, so I'm gonna grow some massive mommy milkers. That's such a fucking cursed way of saying it. But it's true. It's true. I can give you some of my fem clothes next time I visit. Let's go, based. Yeah, yeah, I think that, apparently, I think you have, like, some jeans that you left behind. I tried them on. They were too large for me. My hips aren't wide enough yet. Hopefully I grow into them. I'm probably gonna grow into your jeans. I have a pink shirt that says Magical Girl on it, if you like. Hell yeah, bro. Sounds right up my alley. Let's go. Yeah, you can have those, yeah, haha. Yeah, problem is that, like, they're too big for my little... I don't know if I'd call it a boy waist anymore, but, like, I just don't have... Or, not waist, sorry, boy hips. Because, like, my hips aren't much wider than my waist, which is unfortunate. But, hey, I'll grow into it eventually. Shirts should be fine, though, yeah, for sure. Like, worst case scenario, they're oversized. Oh no, the horror. It's like, okay, that's kind of already my aesthetic to an extent. But yeah, yeah, I don't know, like, Auress claims that she watched your most recent video on her, so I don't, like, again, like, if she does, like, the Blair White thing of, well, if you pass, that's what determines, like, the validity of your transness, like, she should be on board with you being a dude. Like, when she misgendered you, like, that kind of threw me for a loop. It's like, well, she's heard your voice on testosterone. That doesn't sound like a woman's voice. It's like, it threw me. I was like, are we talking about the same person? Like, what the okay. They're small on me because they're from when I was underweight. Okay, well then perfect, because I'm, like, pretty skinny. So that should work. Are you supposed to be like that one Twitch streamer I know who's a femboy with tits and still goes by he, him? Finster? Yeah, Finster does not have actual tits, though. He's not on HRT as far as I'm aware. He has, like, fake titties that he attaches. But, yeah. But, yeah, he still identifies as a man. She replied to it. Did she do it intentionally? Oh, yeah. She doubled down when I corrected her. She was so insistent on she, her. I was like, and she had said that she watched your thing. So I was just confused because I'm like, are we talking about the same person? It's like for a moment, like my monkey brain was like, oh yeah, we're talking about somebody else, right? Like my automatic thought process is we're talking about two separate people. So now in my brain, I'm talking about a guy that is her biggest critic on the internet, basically, and she's talking about some other person who's her critic, who's some girl. So I'm like, okay, well, if this girl, like, so, like, if she's, and it's like, oh, well, no, we're talking about Mango, right? Like, it's so confusing. It's so difficult to use different pronouns from the person you're talking to. I just don't understand where it comes from. Like, she's actively putting forth effort to using the wrong pronouns. Also, Wild, his skin's so clear for no HRT. Finster, yeah. Bro is, like, actually fucking built different. I talked to him personally a few times. He legit isn't on HRT. Yeah, no, I believe that. I think he just got the fucking genetic lottery, and I'm so fucking jealous. Imagine if I had Finster's genetics, but then I went on HRT anyway. Like, god damn. Transphobia should be considered a psychological handicap. Oh yeah, I agree. He's talked about his skincare routine. Yeah, maybe I just need to follow his skincare. He has nicer skin than I do. Now, granted, my skin doesn't look so bad in this lighting, but without the nice lighting, my skin looks like shit. Like, I still have what I consider to be, like, man skin whenever the lighting isn't like fucking perfect. I forgot boobs slash breast. Oh, fake boobs slash breastplates are a thing. Yeah. Those are fake tits he is on HRT. He's not on HRT. Yeah. But no, yeah, like, I think it's just because she doesn't like me. She was such a simp for me the longest time ago. Yeah. She's not consistent ideologically. Like, she literally admitted that the only reason she's a conservative is because she thinks that conservatives will be more likely to accept her. She said this. This isn't me strawmanning her. Are you getting FFS, by the way? I might. If I do, it's gonna be way down the line. But, yeah, like, it's gonna depend on how well I, pass. If I get FFS, like, I'm probably gonna do something about my nose, my massive schnoz. Because I may, like, if I get FFS, I may as well include rhinoplasty. I don't know. It would just make me feel better about myself. Jargon did wonders. Yeah. Like, again, I'm gonna have to see, like, okay, how much does HRT do? Like, you don't want to get, like, obviously you don't want to get FFS, like, 8 months on HRT because, like, your face shape is still changing. So, like, if I got FFS now, obviously, like, my face would look completely different and it might look fucking weird and, like, plastic. Like, I don't want it to look like I got plastic surgery. Like, most people that get FFS don't look like they've gotten plastic surgery. She did it, I think, 2 years on HRT. Yeah, like, I think that, the order of, I guess, procedures, quote unquote, that I intend on doing or potentially doing, depending on how, HRT goes, is obviously first I'm doing HRT. Then I'm probably going to get laser hair removal at some point because the small amount of facial hair I get is really dysphoria inducing, and I may as well just get it like on my legs and you know, elsewhere, just for shits and giggles, I guess, because I don't like body hair. I don't like having to shave. And then I'm gonna do FFS eventually. Maybe. It's a big maybe. Same thing with bottom surgery. That would be the last thing I do. I've heard electrolysis. I can pronounce words really well. I know what electrolysis is. I just can't pronounce it. Because I read about different stuff. Like, oh, you know, what would, you know, laser hair removal look like? And then it's like, okay, here's what it looks like. And then, yeah, here's like the different possible procedures you could get. And I'm like, well, which one is the most long-term? I don't know. I'll look this up later. This is expensive, and it's a problem for future me. Also, it's the only permanent hair removal. Electrolysis it is. I figured that one was the permanent one. How painful do you think bottom surgery would be, especially for trans women? I don't know, and I'm not even going to think about it. I might just not get bottom surgery. Like, the cons might outweigh the pros for me. Like, I'm not, like, super dysphoric about my genitals. It's like, in my mind, it's like, if I could snap my fingers and I'd magically, like, have, like, a fully functioning vagina, like, would I do it? Pff, yeah, duh. I've heard electrolysis is more painful than bottom surgery. Yeah, but I feel like surgery is scarier. Same thing with facial feminization surgery. Like, I'm really fucking scared of surgery. I've never gotten surgery before. And I think ultimately, like, if I get facial feminization surgery, I'm probably gonna get like a really light surgery. Because A, I don't want to be unrecognizable, and B, I don't want to look like Michael Jackson or Blair White. Like, I just want to look like a cis woman. You know what I mean? I want to look like a cis woman where the only characteristic that distinguishes me from one is like my presentation. Like, the only, like, I want to be like I want to look like a cis woman that dresses up like a femboy. That's what I want. That is gender euphoria for me. Is like, people think I'm born a female and that I just have like a different aesthetic, like the femboy aesthetic, and engage in femboy culture. And like the only people that could clock me are like other trans people. To be fair, I don't like Blair White, but her face looks fine. I don't know. I just don't like when you can visibly see plastic surgery. Like, I feel like her lips, the way, I don't know. It's like once it gets to a point where it's like you can't even move your face, I don't like that. That's just my personal preference. Like, there's some people that really like that. That's just not for me. Like, I want it to look natural. Her lips are visible. Yeah, her lips, and like, I don't know what it is about like the way her eyes and her forehead. It's like her face looks very flat almost in like a plastic surgery kind of way. Like, it's not just like one character, like aside from her lips, like it's not just one characteristic. Like, I remember seeing her, like, specifically looking at her nose, and, like, I'm like, oh, that doesn't look as much like Michael Jackson's nose as I remember. But I look at her whole face, and I'm like, but it feels wrong. And, like, again, that's not to, like, diss people that get plastic surgery. Like, to each their own. Like, I know I've, like, roasted her in the past. This was... I feel like roasting her... okay, look, as funny as it is to call her transgender Michael Jackson, maybe that wasn't the best thing for me to say, because like I'm gonna accidentally insult people that like actually like the look of that, like the look of plastic surgery, that like aren't bad people. That's something I've like, whatever, I was just being like a petty asshole. You know, like I don't know, like I don't think that like people that get plastic surgery are like oppressed or like a minority group. So, like, I don't have as much of an issue insulting that as, like, for instance, if, let's say, she had a receding hairline, like, I wouldn't insult that, because that's, like, one of, like, the #1 things that gives people dysphoria. But, like, for instance, I don't think plastic surgery gives her dysphoria, right? Like, that's not, like, a dysphoria thing. Like, that's something that, like, cis women get as well, right? Like, that's not, like, gender dysphoria. That's more along the lines of, like, I guess maybe gender euphoria. Jargon's FFS was supernatural. Yeah, like, same thing with ContraPoints. Like, I've seen the before and after of ContraPoints. ContraPoints is so fucking pretty. I'm so jealous. And ContraPoints, kind of looked like her face structure was like, mine. Maybe more, like, potentially more masculine than mine. Before she got FFS. Like, I've seen old videos of her. Like, don't get me wrong, she's still really fucking pretty back then, and she fucking slays. But oh my god, after she got FFS, I'm like, bitch, I'm so fucking jealous of Contra. Oh my god, she's so pretty. Like, she gives me so much gender envy. I think it's because she, like, by default, like, I know she used to look kind of similar to me. Like she had, like, for starters, she had a lot of the, you know, the more masculine characteristics, I guess you could say, that I would normally be insecure about. And already she fucking slayed. Like, she was already hot as fuck, right? And then she gets FFS, and it's like, I want to do that. I want to look like that. By the way, you should put your hair in a ponytail. You look so much more femme when you do that. Yeah, that's what I've been told by some people. I don't know. I've got mixed results when I've asked about it on the internet. Generally, the reason that I don't do it is because for me, like, to me, and this is obviously a big part of this, is like gender dysphoria brainworms, but to me, like, showing my whole face and like not having any of my forehead covered shows my whole face structure, and that gives me dysphoria. That's just me personally. Like, I don't do this, like, I don't do my hair this way because, like, I know, I'm trying to minimize, like, the extent to which I'm clockable. I do it because it's like, I just want to minimize, like, when I see myself, in like the Streamlabs preview window, like I don't want to get gender dysphoria, so I just do whatever I can to minimize that. Your face is round, TBH. Really? To me, I feel like it's more long. Yeah, I get dysphoria about my forehead, so I grew a huge fro and dyed it purple. Yes, Limo. See, that's the thing, is like I'm aware of the fact that like I don't have like the most objective view of myself and my physical appearance. Like I just do whatever minimizes gender dysphoria. If that makes me more clockable, that's fine. Like the same way that like, okay, me wearing stripy socks, that's like such a trans femme baby trans phase moment. But it's like I'm okay with that, right? Like passing to me is less important than the way I look at myself. Like the reason I'm trans in the first place isn't to conform to what other people see or view. It has more to do with like the way I see myself, right? I think if you learn makeup more, you'll want to show your face off more. That's true. Once I learn makeup, and look, I know this is like the biggest procrastination moment of like, oh yeah, I'm just putting this off over and over again, which I am prone to do. I will get around to it at some point. Eyeliner will change your life. Yeah, no, for sure. Or if I get my eyelashes done, oh boy. I've seen like Finster without and with eyelashes, and oh my god. I mean, don't get me wrong, he already fucking passes as a cis woman without it. Like, it's just like, he's just naturally so feminine. But like with the eyelashes, it's like they're like without them, it's like okay, it's like he's androgynous, leaning more towards femme. With them, holy shit, it's like you see that and like there's no way this is a cis guy. Though I will say the voice is a massive improvement. Yeah, for sure. Like it's something that like you know, it's not perfect. I still have some work. But yeah, the voice was one of the you could get fake lashes for like $5 at CVS. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do that. Yeah, the voice, the whole voice thing, like while it's not perfect, that was like a big hurdle for me. Because as somebody that's like I wouldn't say I'm like a comedian or like a professional comedian or whatever, but like me being funny is like important, right? Like my ability to deliver jokes. And like one of the scariest things is I guess finding a way to deliver jokes within the purview of my new voice, right? Like there was like a very dry delivery that I had that I can still have, but I need to like work on it, if that makes sense. Because sometimes people can't tell when I'm joking. This has been the case ever since I started presenting more femme. Like back when I was like whatever presenting as a guy and I just looked like a fucking autistic shitlord, like everyone could tell I was joking for the most part. Like everyone knew. Once I started wearing femboy stuff, it's like people thought I was being serious when I was joking. And now that I have like a different voice, it's like, okay, I need to like work on my delivery again. Like clearly, you know, people perceive things differently. Yeah, I can't scream anymore. It's wild, Lamau. Okay, Mango. I don't think you understand. Like, you already have like a certain style of delivery that works better if you have like a traditionally masculine voice. Like whenever you do like dry and sarcastic humor, it's funnier with your mask voice, at least in my opinion. Like and like this isn't like my perception. I guess this is like a very sexist societal attitude, which is like if a woman or somebody that's perceived to be a woman, you know, is like very bold and strong in their delivery, like they come across as like almost bitchy. But then if a guy does it, it's like based and they're just speaking their mind. So like you've been at like a huge societal disadvantage in that regard for ages. like you have like you've upgraded in terms of like how society perceives your ability to deliver comedy. Yeah, it sucks, but it works for me now. Yeah, like it's such a bullshit like societal expectation of like, and it's like there's the whole women aren't funny stereotype, which is bullshit, right? Like I don't think your ability to create good comedy is contingent upon whether or not you're a man or a woman, right? But like a woman could come up with and say exactly the same joke as a guy, but less people will find it funny because she's a woman. And I'm not just saying that as like look at how sexist society is. Like I think it's because people perceive men and women differently. This isn't to like bash on them, like they don't know any better or whatever, right? Like and like I'm gonna be guilty of this to an extent, right? Like generally it's easier for me to tell when a guy is joking than when a girl is joking, like on average, right? Or like I will find it funnier if a guy says the same joke in like a really deep voice. Like, you know, like the deep studio podcast mic type of voice on YouTube. If somebody like that says a joke, it's because there's this societal perception that they ought to be taken more seriously, that it becomes all the more absurd and funny. Whereas if a girl says, it's like, oh, well, yeah, like women are like silly all the time. So it's like, it's not as funny, right? That's what you expect, right? That's just a woman moment, right? And while I'm not like a big proponent of that, at least not anymore, it's like there is like an underlying bias there. You want me to call in and stream so I can cook while we talk? Hell yeah, bro. I'm glad I can be meaner, but it also makes me mad because I want Cherry to be able to be as mean as me. Yeah, like, well, okay, for me, and I can't speak on Cherry, I get to be mean in like a really bitchy passive-aggressive way, and I love that. I think you're onto something there. That's probably because you were socialized as a male. I can tell either because I grew up as female. Yeah, exactly. It's like weird. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. I'm gonna call you on Discord. Answer the fucking call. You goddamn troglodyte. There we go. Fucking finally.
Okay. You should be able to hear me. I'm kind of on a shittier mic because it's
Nah, no worries.
not
It's
my
okay.
mic because I'm cooking.
No worries.
But
It is
you'd
A-okay.
like what I'm making because it's I'm making fried
Oh.
chicken. You'd love that.
Oh, hell yeah.
I know it's your favorite.
Hell yeah. Fried chicken, chicken tendies, any fried
Yeah,
food in
I
general.
I make chicken tendies from scratch. That's what I
Yeah,
do.
you told me that. Bro, you gotta make me some fucking chicken tendies at some
I
point.
will if you ever come visit before I move to out west to where you guys can't drive.
But yeah, for those of you in chat that aren't aware, this is the one and only Mango Neoncaffeine professional eater
So
of
true.
glow sticks, professional internet retard.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
true.
And
It's so awesome you can say retard without getting demonetized on YouTube. I learned that in my last video, and I'm like,
well,
yes!
yeah. I
Oh
mean,
my
we're both
God.
autistic. We can call each other that.
Pan let me say faggot on his stream too the other day, and I
Based?
was like, wow. Pan based?
Yeah.
I mean, we
I
aren't
feel
gay
like as
men.
long as you don't say it too much. Like I generally have like a more strict policy on that for like people that call in. 'Cause, like, I don't want people to say it all willy-nilly. But like for instance,
Yeah.
someone like you, it's like, okay, I trust you to not like get the thing taken down, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's nuanced, and I'm careful with my shit.
Yeah.
I might say retard a bit too much on my stream.
Yeah, like
Especially
keep
if I
it
play
to
video
like a
games.
minimum just in case, because like I want my
Oh,
channel
yeah,
to
I
get
know.
monetized again. Because obviously I don't know if you're aware, but like my channel got fully demonetized a while ago.
Yeah, and then yeah, I remember when
Yeah.
that happened. Mom called me and said you were stressed.
Yeah, I'm still upset about that. It's like, and they gave like the most bullshit automated response non-answer to like me asking why. They're just like, it's because it broke this policy. It's like, yeah, you said that, but I'm asking like, what specifically broke the policy? We can't tell you for security reasons. It's like, you can't tell me what video that is on my channel broke your publicly available TOS for security reasons.
It might have been like comments or something you've left. Like,
but I feel like they should be able to.
But they should tell you. I agree. So
like, that's the thing. Is they should just tell me.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised in the past you got demonetized, but with the stuff you make now, I'm not really sure why they're not reinstating it since you're not.
I feel
really
like
doing
the stuff I made
anymore.
in the past was like controversial or whatever. But like they didn't tell me what it was specifically. Like I don't know. It could be like
they should tell you regardless.
Yeah, like
Regardless
I could have been
monetize
promoting
you
like
should know.
yeah, like I could have made like the worst, most hateful content ever, and like they should still tell me what it is I'm doing wrong so that I don't do it in the future.
I agree with you there.
And it's like
But
I feel like okay,
unfortunately,
like
they don't tend to do that.
And it's not like I say anything too controversial. It's just the way I say it is like edgy sometimes, and I've sort of, you know, toned it down.
I know, which is good.
Yeah. Again, like,
it took
and
you
this
a while,
isn't.
but you eventually took my advice.
Well, yeah. Well, part of it is I got back on my antidepressants. Like all the Cheeto stuff happened when I was off my antidepressants.
You know
so
what?
I would
That
be
checks
like,
out.
yeah. So I'd be like super. I don't know if I'd say manic, but I basically was. Where I was like, oh, I have like this elaborate plan for how I'm gonna like take the Keemstar strategy where I stir up a bunch of shit and then everybody's gonna know who I am and then I'm gonna basically be like famous and then like I'm gonna like drop like a content cop style video and then like you know I'm gonna like temporarily be like getting a lot of shit but then people are gonna like look back and they're gonna be like actually Femyoz was like this genius mastermind and it was like okay like.
You
if
were
I was
so
like
schizo back then, I'm so glad you know that now.
Yeah,
Do you
like
now
well the problem
why I was so worried about you.
Well, the problem wasn't just that I was schizo. It's that I couldn't consistently be schizo. If I was consistently schizo, to an extent, like I feel like I could have been able to pull it off. But like that's how people like Keemstar made careers, right? The problem is that like I'm not Keemstar. I'm not consistently schizo. I can only be schizo sometimes. So the problem
the thing is also you had a very large like emotional attachment to your YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I think Keemstar could have anything happen to him. I think
and it
he could
wouldn't
have
matter.
His channel nuked, and he wouldn't give a fuck. Keemstar just like does say what you will about him, but you gotta respect the fact that he just does not fucking care. He doesn't
and that's
care.
why, and that's literally what I tried to do. Like, I tried to convince myself, oh, well, I also don't care. You know, and it's like, objectively as a plan, if I was Keemstar and that was my personality, I would have been able to do it. Like, I understood, like, the technical process to get there, but what I didn't understand is, like, I'm not fucking Keemstar. I'm not a fucking psychopath. Like, I have emotions, and I can't pretend like I don't.
Understand. I am so glad. I spent years telling you this, and you were off your antidepressants. That explains a lot, and just kind of caught up in it. And I told you were gonna have these thoughts later about it, and I was right.
Yeah, no, you were right about that. Yeah,
I'm never wrong, but
yeah, the problem was that I wasn't unstable, but that I was like not accounting for the fact that like, oh, like my mental state is gonna like swing in the opposite direction, and then like not only will I not have like this weird like, oh, I don't give a shit about anything, but I'll have like the opposite problem where it's like I give too much of a shit. It's like it's not that like any of my criticisms of a Cheeto were wrong. Like everything I called him out for was valid. It's like, okay, like sure, like I could sit here and argue and be like, okay, like yeah, like I made hyperbolic statements or whatever, right? Like I don't think there was anything inherently wrong. I just don't think that I'm like the right person to be doing it because like I just am not somebody that's like.
Your sentiments were the base thoughts usually weren't wrong. It was the way you went about publicizing those thoughts that were the issue.
Well, yeah, and I feel like I could dish out the heat, but I couldn't take the heat. Now, part of that is because like
true.
Now, part of that is in my defense, because I'm a smaller content creator, but like, and in terms of how I handled it publicly, right? Like, I think I did, like intellectually, right? Like, I think I did a fairly good job at like, okay, it's like I even argued and pushed back against people that were saying that it was wrong for Cheeto to make videos about me. Like, that was like one of the things that I would like say, no, Cheeto was like well within his rights to do that. Like, even back then, the problem
that was
isn't
one
that
thing.
the
You
problem
never
wasn't
struck
that like
anything down or anything, at least.
yeah, like the problem I had wasn't that I was intellectually incapable of being self-aware or understanding that. The problem I had was that I could emotionally dish it, but I couldn't emotionally take it. Even though I intellectually knew, yeah, this is fair game.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it still affected me emotionally to an extent, right? And that's like me.
Yeah.
You could say, oh, well, that's a woman moment, which it is, you know, very gender affirming. But, you know, me having,
Yeah.
you know, these woman moments is what led me to realize that, you know, maybe the Keemstar strategy doesn't work for me, and maybe I should try something else. So,
Yeah, for me, I don't really, as long as people aren't like harassing people in my real life or something, like, you know, whatever.
yeah.
I think that's schizo, crossing something into real life. But
Yeah.
if you want to make fun of me, okay, sure, fine. Like, it doesn't bother me, and I'm just built like that. I'm not built as much as Keemstar. If I had a kid and talked about my kid the way people talk about Keemstar's kid, I'd go
Oh my
fucking
God.
schizo. I'm
That's
not
the
that
thing.
level.
Yeah, like no, and
like
I'm like,
you know,
that's the thing, is like the average person, like in the situation that I put myself in, would not be able to handle it mentally, right? Like the average person,
I agree.
the average person would handle it worse than me, right? Like I'd say, like I think the issue I had was like I understood, like, okay, like I'm above average in this regard. Like most people aren't able to handle this kind of shit the same way I can. But just because I can handle it better than most people doesn't mean I can handle all of it, right? Like I think that a big issue for me was I could handle it from like the individual content creators, right? Like I watched Cheeto's videos on me. I like whatever. Because it was about me, I thought it was funny. I actually enjoyed watching the videos. What I didn't enjoy was like the thousands of people like taking it super seriously and not shutting the fuck up, false flagging my videos, etc. That's where I sort of drew the line.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
And like if a Cheeto was like whatever, a 1,000 subscriber YouTuber, I don't think there would be much of an issue with the approach I took. It'd be like whatever. Like but I think the issue was like I was in over my head. Like I should have accounted for the fact that it's not an even playing field, right? And that regardless of whether or not a Cheeto personally encourages or discourages his fans from like reporting my content, like, they're gonna do it.
Control.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure during one of his live streams, like in his defense, like he even said, like don't go reporting Femyoz's shit. Like that's not what we're about, right? And like I'll give him credit for that, right? Like I still think whatever he's a dog shit content creator that makes slop, but
I don't hate him as a person, but I think his content is slop. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's an all right guy as a human being. I think he's an all right person.
The other thing that changed my perspective on him a little bit was like, and it didn't change it right away, but it kind of did change it, because like, and I've told you about this, and I've talked about this on stream, is like he called me privately at like 3 a.m. He was like, I think he was definitely high, and
Probably.
like he just called me.
He
called me to like show me like this new song that he had made, and I think in FL Studio or some shit.
Yeah,
and it's
that
like
sounds like something
there was something about that like it's I can't hate him the way that I otherwise would, because he's not just like a similar, because he's not just like a character on the internet. Like he's like a human being. Like and that to me like made it not fun. Like this is why, even though I've had people request it, I'm not gonna make a video about a Cheeto. It's just weird to me.
I had made I had made a video, not necessarily about him, but it was partially about him. It was about the jelly bean stuff, right? And
Yeah.
this was right before the time I went to VidCon. And I actually met him at VidCon not that long after I made my video on him and stuff, and he made a response or whatever. And I actually talked to him, and I'm like, "Oh, you're like not
Normal.
insufferable to be around. Like, I'm actually actively hanging out with you on purpose." Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, that's the thing about VidCon is you realize like a lot of this stuff, it is just internet stuff.
Yeah.
A lot, like
and
Jalen
that's
and
the
Cheeto
that's
were
the
hanging out
impression
together.
that's the impression I got from Cheeto behind the scenes as well. Like he was very
Exactly.
like cordial with me. Like he wasn't like whatever, like trying to like roast me or whatever behind the scenes, because like there's no point, right? Like it's not entertaining behind the scenes. Like what's the point, right? Like
It's not like he gets off to it. It's
yeah.
the same way with him and Jalen. That's why, again, those two were hanging out at VidCon together. Everyone was nobody at VidCon, despite the fact that half the people at VidCon had made videos on Jalen, everyone tried to make her feel included. Everyone.
Yeah.
Did. There was not a single person who objected to her being at the parties. She was invited to everything.
I do think like one of the main criticisms I have for Cheeto, I guess not in terms of like this is like one of the biggest reasons why his content is bad or why he's like a bad person. Like one of the things that I personally take issue with the most, and obviously I'm biased, right? Because I'm friends with Jalen, right?
Yeah.
Was I feel like videos on the matter didn't need to be made. It's like clear that while those videos were being made, she was extremely unwell mentally. Like I don't think that there was like
and then people find out now that it's because she was being drugged by her psycho ex, which
and like
that's
obviously
that irks me.
And obviously you can't know that for certain, but like you can't know that that's not what's happening. Like if somebody's extremely mentally ill, you don't know what the fuck they're going through.
Well, yeah, you didn't know that back then, but now people know. So if people are doing that now, well, that's public.
And I wonder
really shady to me.
And I wonder if like Cheeto is like, I feel like even though he makes dog shit slop content, like I feel like he has enough humanity to not make videos dogging on Jalen going forward because of that, right? Like I feel like, and I hope that most content creators do. Like some of them aren't gonna have that amount of humanity or basic human decency, but I think at this point, like there's no excuse, right? Like to make shitty content for views about her. Like I wonder, like, because after a certain point, like Cheeto, stopped talking to me, stopped using me for content or whatever. And part of me wonders, like, is it because the way I would respond was like really dry and unserious, or was it because like he saw like a clear inconsistency in like my emotional well-being? Was it because he was having some sort of humanity, or was it because he didn't get content out of it? And I part of me still wonders, like, what was his, or did he just lose interest? Did he just get bored of it? Like I will never know.
That's tough to say. He seems, just based off Jalen, he seems to be wishy-washy sometimes. And I do think the wishy-washiness isn't, I know that there's people who only give a shit about content. I could name names, but I'm not trying to start shit right now.
Yeah, I don't think that's Cheeto,
but
though.
I don't
like, I think
that's him. That's what I'm saying. I don't. I really don't think that it's.
Like, I mean, I know for me at least, like when I talked to him in private, like I got like a little bit of a different perception of him. Like I don't know if he went through the same thing where he's like, oh, okay, this is like an actual person, right?
I don't think he messaged you his song to fuck with you. I think that's
exactly
him talking to somebody.
Exactly.
He's not this master manipulator.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
well, no, I know that he was doing that because he was high, but like I don't know like if that changed his perception, right? Because like or if just talking to me in private in general like changed his perception. Because like I know it did. I know it did for me.
most YouTubers who beef and talk in private, I've gotten like YouTubers that hate each other in groups chats together, and now they're friends, and I'm just like, I told you guys get along, but they have like preconceived notions based off public stuff.
Yeah, didn't that happen with I don't want to name any names, but like
you can vaguely say it, but without naming names, and I'll probably know what you mean.
Yeah, there's like two individuals. One didn't really hate the other, and had just been critical of the other. The other kind of hated the one, and yeah. Long story short, like I don't know, like I'm chill with both of them, and like yeah, like we were in a group chat together. You know, the one that didn't like the other one was like you know, saying shit. And it's like
wait, message me who you're talking about.
Hold on.
I'm like, I'm just now realizing this could apply to so many different people.
I think you know who I'm talking about. I just messaged you it.
Oh yeah,
That.
yeah, that did have to do with me. Yeah, and that again, that person's actually that person's disappeared off the internet, and I asked like some mutual friends where they went.
Who, the second person I listed?
Yeah.
And I mean, let's not talk about this too much. We are on stream, so
yeah,
people are just gonna be confused.
That's fine, but yeah, no one knows where they are right now, which is just weird.
Yeah.
Apparently, Augie tweeted yesterday too, and I'm like, is he back?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Augie. I just see him as like a big old shit poster. I don't take him seriously.
I'm cool with him.
I know that he doesn't like me. Well, I don't know how he feels like person. Like he probably doesn't.
I don't know if he cares.
Yeah, I don't think he cares.
Really don't.
I think he just thinks that like I'm annoying or whatever, which is like fair enough.
Maybe I don't know. He knows we're siblings because
I mean, he definitely
when first started everything.
I mean, he definitely doesn't have a positive opinion of me. I think we can confidently say that.
Probably not.
Yeah.
But he also might not care.
Yeah, he probably doesn't care.
I don't think he cares that much. He's not really one to care very much unless you like are doing something really, really shitty.
Yeah, and I've sort of held like a similar people. Yeah, no, and I have sort of a similar sentiment to Augie. It's like I don't hate him. I just think he's retarded. You know what I mean?
I fuck with him, but I know
I don't know. I think he's annoying, but whatever. It's he can okay. I will give him credit. He can be funny sometimes.
When he's not bringing up the fucking rape pyramid at dinner in real life.
This sounds like something he would do.
It was him and Bunk that did that.
Of course.
Because Diorio had posted that little like rape pyramid thing on Twitter. It just kept getting brought up the entire time we were hanging out. It was really funny.
Oh my god. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna pull a Hassan. You better fucking be entertaining to chat, or I will literally I think that might be a violation of TOS. Never mind. Anyways, have fun talking.
Can I bring Cherry on to entertain?
Yeah, go for it. Bring anyone on you want.
Okay. Oh wait, but that might hang up on call with you.
Okay, hold on.
Here, wait. Here. Can you join the call with Cherry first?
Yeah. I'll join it first, and then I'll pull a Hassan.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna pull a Hassan now. So I'm gonna
joins. I have no idea if she's gonna join, but I'll just be like, "Hey, you're on air." Oh, this is a Hassan moment. Sherry's out. Sorry, I forgot that I was I was I was on live. I just spaced out for a second. Oh my god. Cause Sherry didn't come on. I'm just like shit. Who else should I invite on? I'll see if Krabs. I'm hijacking this stream. This is my stream now.
Okay, I'm back, bitches. I'm not gonna stream for too much longer, but, yeah, sorry, that was my live Hassan reaction, in case you were wondering.
Yeah. I'm gonna add Krabs, because I'm just adding people, I'm hijacking your stream.
Let's go.
Krabs join. Cherry's
That's so
out with
based.
IRLs.
You mean like
I want Krabs to join.
she's touching grass?
She is touching
Cringe.
grass.
That's so
You're
cringe. Thigh high gang? Hell yeah. This is my epic outfit.
I'm gonna add Pan.
Real.
Pan will probably join.
Hello.
Pan, hi, we're live, just so you know.
Yeah.
Live from New York.
On the Femyoz YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Which has been drama free for a while. For the
Hell
record.
yeah. Yeah, we don't have to worry about your optics, hopefully.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. So I did get AuressCosplay to agree to at least think about her position regarding trans people.
That's good.
I don't know if she's gonna follow through with that. I don't know if I mean, I hope she is. I'm gonna be charitable.
What did she say when you asked her last time she had sexual relations with a minor?
She denied it, and then I brought up the clip that you sent me, and then she admitted to it, and then she said she then changed her argument from it didn't happen at all to well, you see, I didn't know it was a minor, and I'm like, but it said their age in the bio.
Yeah,
and she's like, yeah, but I didn't see that. I'm like, okay, so you think it's just like a wacky coincidence that not only have you depicted minors like minor characters like very sexually multiple times, and said you had a crush on a 14-year-old when you were 20, and it just so happens to be the case that the one time you send unsolicited nudes that it also just so happens to be to a minor.
It was to multiple minors. It was to multiple.
It's like I asked her if this was a coincidence, and she claims that it's just one big old coincidence, and I'm like, really?
Sorry, Your Honor. In my defense, I only sent my nudes to multiple minors on accident. That's literally her defense.
Yeah, literally. She also does like the weird lolcow thing that every lolcow does, where she's like, oh, but I've changed. I'm so different now. I completely changed.
She does
but then they're exact. It's like, but she then goes on to defend all of her past actions that she supposedly changed from, and doesn't actually acknowledge what she did.
What she does is I'll make a video like calling her like a racist pedophile and shit. And she'll DM me paragraphs upon paragraphs, not about that, but about how she's not fat anymore. And I'm like, God, your weight was not my criticism. I don't care what you weigh. I care that you have sex with children.
Yeah, I don't think she understands like why you make the videos on her.
She so doesn't. It's so funny. I'm like, dude. It's very funny. And she'll just send me like 100 pictures of her new cosplays and be like, see, they're not bad. And it's like, that's like not the problem here. You see how that's
don't worry, Your Honor, while it is true that I may have been a kitty diddler, I improved on my cosplays, so it's actually not that big of a deal.
Oh, true. That's so funny.
No, literally, I don't understand why people think like this. Where does that? I would ask where that line of reasoning comes from, but I don't want to be charitable and call it a line of reasoning. I mean, I'll be charitable, but not that charitable, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's not even a line of reasoning. It's more like a fucking like dodecahedron of reason.
That would imply that there's some level of complexity to the thought process, which
No,
there
you're
isn't.
true. No, I use dodecahedrons of reason. Clearly.
Yeah, same. That's like the you know.
Take the dodecahedron pill.
Hell yeah! Like whenever I construct a dialogue tree, I'm actually shaping my reasoning in the form of a dodecahedron. That's why I'm so good at
true.
debate. Yeah. Oh my god.
Take the dodecahedron pill.
Based in dodecahedron pill. That's so real.
So true.
Literally.
Who up frying my chicken instead of working on a Spanish project? It's me.
So real.
Yeah,
I'm sad you don't take Spanish anymore. What, Pam?
Oh, I'm just editing a video on Super Milk Chan.
You know what's really funny is Kai's audience is probably all too young to know who you are, Pam. Despite you being the person with the most clout by far in this call. You're the least recognizable.
Well, we have like a different audience, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for those of you who don't know who Rebel Taxi is, that's the other person in this call.
It's
I think he correct me if I'm wrong, talks about like different fucking whatchamacallit, like different cartoons and shit, or like games and stuff like that. I think if I don't know.
Video games.
Yeah, like if we go to the
that's Pan.
Yeah, cartoon stuff, cartoon review.
I don't even know where the chat is, but it's like, hey, y'all remember Super Milk Chan?
Yeah,
but Pan, these people are probably way younger than like.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm 19 and I'm probably too young. I sent a link to the stream.
Apparently a lot of the people who grew up watching Pan's content were my age or older, but I just never heard of him.
Interesting. Yeah, I also never heard of him because I was never like super like into like cartoon stuff or whatever.
Yeah, you watch shitty videos, I get it.
Yeah, I was a Leafy is here stan back in the
Leafy
day.
is here and I'm Alex.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you know what? You know what's crazy? You know, James Marriott, I don't think he does any commentary anymore. He's like a famous musician now. Did you know that?
Oh yeah, I saw that. I'm like, what the fuck?
I'm proud of him. Good for him. He was always nice.
Yeah,
I
never
had him like
an
maybe
issue.
twice in my life, but
yeah, I always thought he was
still
like
does more of the same. I never's chill. Fraser's cool. He's always been a homie.
I never had a problem with like James Marriott or INAB or anyone like that. I always thought that they seemed all right.
They've always been fine. I'm sure. Honestly, I haven't even heard drama about Alex in like 3 or 4 years.
Does Alex even still do YouTube? Hold on,
I saw him tweet something based to like a year ago on a drama. I can't even remember what it was, but I don't know if he still does.
Oh, it looks like he does. Most recent video 6 days ago, 3 weeks ago, 1 month, 1 month, 1 month. Okay, so looks like he's still grinding out new videos.
Good for him.
Good for him, I guess.
Gonna take a nap.
All right.
Okay, love you. Bye.
You bye.
But yeah.
Pan moment.
Certified pan moment. POV, you're literally pan.
I need to get this shit, but I don't have as many balls as I want. Oh, sorry, I'm playing Pal World.
Yeah, no worries.
You should play Pal World.
Maybe. When I do the part 2 to this, do you want to be a part of the I guess the interview if AuressCosplay?
I'd be down.
All right, bet.
Yeah, I mean,
you're like her number one critic.
It would have to be on free. That is true. I've been here since like 2016, 2017.
Yeah.
I have been documenting her shit for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't know about her if you didn't tell me
Yeah, I
about her.
told you about her years ago.
Years ago. Yeah, I wish there was like a clip of
There
like
there
a-
are.
No,
clips
I mean
of you and her.
wait,
Oh.
are there like is it archived somewhere me going onto her live stream?
Yeah, you commenting in it. Yes.
Oh, I saw that. I pointed that out. I don't know if I meant
yeah.
like when I like went on and like actually talked to her. That was a long time ago. I don't think it's
Yeah, I
archived.
don't know why that's not archived, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know. Like if anyone were to have that archived, it would probably be you, but obviously you don't, so unfortunate.
Oh, this is the wrong gun. I'm retarded.
Well, if at any
Okay.
point you find it, obviously send it my way so I can react
Oh, will
to it.
do.
Hell yeah.
Oh, what the? Do I not have any bullets?
It's weird that like I'm like a part of the lore technically.
I love
You know,
when my game crashes so much.
Yo, same.
5 likes and I kill myself.
Yo, literally same. I mean, the stream
Love
has
having these
18 likes. So
All right, bet.
yeah, it's surpassed the 5 like threshold. Yeah. Anyways, I think I'm gonna end stream now.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna leave the VC. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Wait, hold up.
I'm putting you on the
wait,
spot.
hold on. There might be something for you to do.
Okay. I might just do it in part 2.
Well, no. It's not about Auress.
Okay.
Let me-
It might be a separate live
Um,
stream then.
hold
I've
on.
been, I've
let me
been going
see.
for almost 5 hours.
Okay, but one of my friends sent me something funny, and I think it might be something going on right now, and it has to do with you.
Oh? Is that so?
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm sending it.
Oh, yeah, I saw what you sent. Yeah, I don't know. I saw that. I didn't think that was worth
Oh, that's fair.
reacting to. Yeah, I don't.
My friend
yeah.
said Beckett said he will give this kid all his dead mother's cloths if he got more content like this. Incredible.
Oh my god. Incredible.
Yeah, someone was streaming reacting to you apparently. Like now.
Oh, like as in like right now, people are reacting to this stream?
Yeah, or one of your other videos or something.
Okay, could you send me a link by any chance?
I'm asking.
Okay. Because I'm gonna end stream. I might just react to it later.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I don't know if... Okay. Do you want to just keep calling, though?
Nah, I'm gonna add timestamps and whatnot to my stream.
Okay, yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah. Alright, let's watch this.
A few others.
We're watching this now?
Yeah. I'll screen share it with you, I guess.
Yeah. Cool.
Copecast, apparently, is what it's called. Okay.
Yeah, it's my friend's stream, apparently.
Okay. Interesting. I guess we can watch this. It's 25 seconds long.
Wait, that's not the fucking...
A few others.
Hold on.
In the video, there's 3 more. I can't do those.
Mum doesn't have any more dresses. Listen, if this motherfucker wants more dresses, I will donate my dead mother's clothes to him to get more content out of him. I'm not even kidding. This is fucking smashing.
I'm a few others.
Oh, yeah, so basically, this person followed my 7 femboy outfit ideas video, but the issue was he didn't have any of the outfits, so he's sort of just like was like, okay, I'll use what I do have. But yeah, I guess that's like the context behind that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't
I
sure.
don't know. I wasn't gonna like make fun of it or whatever. It's like, okay. Bro's just chilling. Bro's just doing his thing.
I think that they streamed more about like your channel in general or something, but that was just a
Okay.
clip.
Interesting.
Oh fuck yeah! Sorry, I just beat
Yeah.
a boss battle that I was doing.
Oh, it looks like they're still
Cool.
live. Okay. I'm gonna look at their channel. Do they keep their they don't private their streams
They're
after the
talking
fact?
shit about food shops is why I think you came up.
Oh. Okay. They might have been talking about my epic utilitarianism debate with her then.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why you came up actually, is your
Let's
debate.
go. That's so based.
Do I not have any fucking food? Oh my god,
anyways,
there's like no nutrition in this.
I'm
Sorry.
gonna end the stream now so I can add like timestamps and whatnot. Yeah.
Okay.
Any final thoughts? I'm putting you on the spot, Mango.
Do you possibly want to go on this person's stream?
Not right now. I'm fucking tired.
Oh, okay.
I've been going for 5 hours.
Are those fucking dogs or people? Okay, those are dogs.
Anyways,
no, those are people. They're just sleeping. Oh my god.
Okay, anyways. Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed this epic live stream. If you did, be sure to let me know by smashing like. And, yeah. I will see you all in the next one. Unless I die in a tragic house fire. Goodbye. What if I didn't end stream? What if I just kept going instead? Could you imagine? That'd be crazy. Okay, like, anyways, though, like, actually, for real this time, I'm ending stream. Okay, bye.